Date, place, and time has been disseminated as required under the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. This meeting is called to order. Clerk, please conduct the prayer and flag salute.
God of the universe, look thou with favor upon these here assembled, and bestow thy guidance upon the members of the governing body in their deliberations. This we ask in thy name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. In event of an emergency, the proper method of exiting the council chamber is through the three doors in the rear. Occupants should proceed down the staircase, out the front of the doors, and move away from the area of the front steps. Any member of the public wishing to speak during the public comment session at the end of the meeting or to speak during the public hearing on the budget, please sign in on the appropriate sheets provided at the front of the room. And there's two different colors, so the pink sheets for the budget. Please sign in if you need to speak tonight. Please turn off all cell phones and place them on vibrate. If you must take a cell call, please leave the council chambers to do so. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Colbus.
Here.
Koziel.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Armstead.
Here.
Cosby Hurling.
Here.
Sadowski.
Here.
Sheehy.
Here.
Yamakaitis.
Here.
Frazier.
Here.
Purcell.
Here.
Mr. Moore.
Here. I'd like to have a motion to approve the minutes of February 15, 2011, April 19, 2011.
Mr. President, I seek approval for the minutes for the regular meeting, February 15th, and the April 19, 2011. Seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus.
Yes.
Koziel.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Armstead.
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski.
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier.
Yes.
Purcell.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. Mr. Armstead, do you have a presentation this evening?
Yes, I do, Mr. Council President Moore. I'd ask my sister Lisa to come up and help with the presentation. Hello. First of all, is Quantasia LaPierre here this evening? Yes. Okay. See the back there. And you're near. Please both come up. Every year, for the past 10 years, we've been giving a scholarship award out to two worthy students in the city of Linden. We do it in the honor of my grandmother and grandfather, who are lifelong city residents, and they live by the premise that to give and help is the best thing you could possibly do for people in your community. And we, as a family, believe that we have been blessed to be as successful and prosperous as we are because of their goodwill. And our two recipients this year are Quantasia LaPierre and Kira Lanier. Both of them outstanding students in the city of Linden. And this year, both Fourth Ward residents. We would like to have been able to give more, but we give you both a $500 scholarship, and we hope that you will utilize it towards your education. Again, maybe you can use it to purchase some books. We're sure it's going to help in some sort of capacity. And just as a caveat, we started with this scholarship 10 years ago, and we don't go out and raise money for our scholarship. We take two of my council checks, and we start the fund off with two council checks. We believe that it's the people who put me here. I wouldn't have those checks had the people not elected me. So it's our little way of giving back to our community, and we're so awfully proud of you both, and continue to do well. We look forward to hearing great things from you.
Quantasia and Kiera, I would like to also congratulate you on behalf of the Armstead Foundation. Many of you from the city of Linden may know that my family has been in Linden for about 90 years. And one of the main reasons why my grandparents decided to come to New Jersey and to raise their children was because there was not equal opportunity for African Americans in the southern states. And it's a joy, it's a blessing to know that in this day and age, we can do great things. We can do firsts. We can go to college. There's so many things that we can do, and nothing can hold us back. So I just would like to say that the opportunities that are before you, take them, grasp them, run with them. May success and may God's blessing always be with you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Armstead. Mr. Armstead, I'm going to turn over the 2011 budget.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm recommending the final adoption of the 2011 municipal budget in the amount of $96,054,617.74. The original budget requests were submitted at $97,362,307.74, would have resulted in a 13-point increase. The Finance Committee worked extremely hard with Council President Moore, all members of the council, and mayor in coordination with the department heads to reduce any unnecessary expenditures. The 2011 budget is $96,054,617.74. With the utilization of various reserves and the maximization of revenues and additional surplus, along with the continuation of a hiring freeze, the City of Linden has decreased a total of 88 positions since 2007, 76 full-time positions and 12 part-time positions. The budget is now representative of an 8 municipal point tax increase. This represents an annual cost of $96.94 per household based on the average assessed home of $139,944, or an additional $8.08 a month. Furthermore, I would like all the citizens of Linden to know that the Finance and Personnel Committee plans on starting the 2011 budget immediately. This committee is strongly committed to reducing spending wherever possible. The committee continues a hiring freeze on all positions and demands that any department head justify the need for any position they request to be filled. In addition, the committee will work diligently to keep any future budget increase to a minimum. The committee will continue to strive to keep Linden one of the most affordable towns in Union County, who provides its taxpayers with more services than any other town in the state of New Jersey at the lowest cost possible. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues on the Finance Committee, City Council, Council President, and Mayor for all their assistance during the budget process. In addition, I would like to commend the staff of the Treasurer's Office for their tireless efforts during this process. At this time, I'm going to have Mrs. Alexis Zak make a presentation on the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, everyone. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the mayor and council for allowing me to present this year's municipal budget. For 2011, the municipal budget is $96,054,617.74. This represents all expenditures for the year 2011. The state of New Jersey requires us to have a line item budget that's segregated into two categories. The first being salary and wages. For the city of Linden, it's $41,550,858.51, which represents our salaries for all our full and part-time employees, which is 607. We have 509 full-time employees, 98 part-time employees. The second other expense category of our operating expenses represents $54,503,759.23. This covers all operating budget statutory expenses, debt service that are required to be paid from the municipality. Each year, there's certain budget busters that the mandates from the state that the governing body must meet in our budget. This year in 2011, there's three categories that normally show increases that actually show decreases this year. The first being our debt service. We've continuously tried to maintain a level debt service. This year, we just funded some unfunded debt of $15 million from prior projects that addressed our aging infrastructure through capital. We were able to keep a level debt service and next year not be able to have to increase that number. The utilities and postage, we have a Greener by Design grants team along with our purchasing agent that looks to try to reduce expenses wherever possible. We're working on a consortium with the Board of Education in order to further reduce our electric. So we hope to see that number even further decrease in 2012. And the last category that shows a decrease is our salary and wages. In 2010, it was $42,014,409. And in 2011, it's $41,550,858.51. This represents all salary and wages, and this shows that this governing body and mayor and administration is serious in reducing expenses wherever possible. Through attrition, they've been able to eliminate many positions. This was a decrease in the salary and wage portion, even though most contracts this year had showed increases in their salaries. For 2009 and 2010, most of our 8 bargaining units all of our bargaining units for those 2 years took zeros. And in 2011, the Teamsters, blue-collar workers, took a third zero. So I just want to thank those unions for helping the city of Linden. This year in 2011, we had to pay the police and fire contractually their 3.2% increase along with all other unions, with the exception of all department heads that gave their raises back. So we were able to, even though we had to show salary and wage increase, we still were able to show a decrease. The areas where we were not able to show decreases were mandated expenses. And as you can see, insurances, health, workers' compensation, that increased $1.4 million. That was a 4.3% increase over last year through the state health benefits plan. If you've been reading the newspapers and watching TV, you know this is a very controversial subject that Governor Christie's been attacking for public employees between the pension systems and the health insurance. In future years, we will be able to see, hopefully, some relief in that area. The second category that we have no control over are pension bills. Public employees retirement system. We had to pay, come April 1st of 2011, $1,889,431, which was an increase of $231,212 from the prior year. And our police and fire pension bill that we had to pay, that was mandated by April 1st, was $6,544,007, which was an increase of over $1 million from the prior year. When we talk about the budget, there's two parts to the budget. We have the revenue section and we have the appropriation section. I just wanted to illustrate the budget revenue source comparison. This shows where all the revenues have been coming from, and this shows a 10-year analysis. In 2001, our state aid had been 38.29% of all our total revenue at $23,266,458 in the year 2001. In the year 2011, that now number has decreased by $3,357,229. Our state aid now is at $19,909,229, or which represents 20.73% of all our revenue. As you can see, it's been a drastic decrease in state aid By that decrease, it makes the municipality have to either raise taxes or try to find other revenues to offset that decrease in state aid. The amount to be raised by taxation in 2001 was at 39.5% of all total revenue, or $24,047,812.90. Today, in 2011, the amount to be raised by taxation is $48,626,061.02, or roughly 50.62% of all the revenue is generated. What the states forced us to do by decreasing and cutting our state aid, we also had to look for other revenues. In 2001, our other revenues only totaled 12.10% of the total revenue, or $7,352,033.44. Today, in 2011, our other revenues are $16,044,248.27, or 16.70% of all our revenues. The mayor and council has been looking for various host community benefits and areas of local revenue to increase to make up for the offset of the loss of our state aid. Our surplus anticipated in 2011 is $8,050,000, or 8.38% of our total revenues, as opposed to in the year 2001, our surplus anticipated was $4,600,000, or 7.57%. The receipts from delinquent taxes has remained level at $1,500,000. And new in 2011 that you'll see is going to be the local minimum library tax. This was a law that was established March 21st of 2011, that the state now, for any local library that's publicly funded, you'll have to show on the tax bills what that library costs the taxpayers. So this number is a state mandated number, $1,925,079, which equates to 2% of the revenue generated through this budget process. And again, I just wanted to illustrate the importance of the loss of the state aid, how this hinders and makes it very difficult for a municipality to balance a budget. The state aid 10 years ago was $3,357,229 more than what we are receiving today in 2011, which equates to approximately 12 tax points. In the 1980s, our revenues, which is generated here in this pink line, shows the revenues. In the 80s, you can see the revenues exceeded the expenditures, and there was not really a great need for the amount to be raised by taxation, which is the yellow. As you can see, as industry had left and the burden had shifted more towards the residents, there was a greater reliance on the amount to be raised by taxation. And you can see the direct correlation as to when we started losing more revenues because of the loss of state aid, how we had to increase the amount to be raised by taxation even greater. And as you can see, the expenditures started to exceed what the revenues leveled out at. The other side of the budget, after looking at the revenues, is your appropriation side. This is where the actual department's expenditures come from. It can be segregated into several departments. The major department out of the $96 million budget is our public safety department. This is $28,183,372.51, or roughly 29.34% of all our appropriations. This covers our police department, our central dispatch department, our OEM department, and our fire department. The second largest category for our appropriations is our insurance at $15,524,450, or 16.1%. And the insurance covers our workers' compensation and health insurance for all of our employees. We have a very new public property and community services department that's been part of consolidation for the last several years. It had taken 5 separate departments and turned it into one major department, headed by Director Al McDonald. The Public Property and Community Service Department is roughly $13,990,450, or 14.57% of the total appropriations. This year, as I mentioned, the library is separate. That's at the $1,925,000. This is based on 1/3 of a mil of the equalized valuation. The state does the calculation, and the municipality is not allowed to budget below that number that the state mandates. Statutory expenses total $10,343,438, or roughly 10.77% of the budget. Statutory expenses include your pension expenses, your FICA expenses, your unemployment expenses. That's where the state has you categorize that in statutory expenses. Our debt service is at $10,392,000. Once again, we try to remain a level debt service so that there's no peaks and valleys each year, that it's a level debt. As we retire debt, we try to finance and permanently finance the new debt. We have utilities for all our buildings, $2,474,470, or roughly 2.58% of all our appropriations. And once again, we're looking to reduce that number for next year. The general government category basically is everyone in City Hall, from the mayor's office, the city clerk's office, the Board of Health, the construction code department, the finance department. The general government category is $9,358,361.76, or roughly 9.74% of our total appropriations. And the last category is the reserve fund collected taxes. That's $3,862,902.02, or 4.02%. The reserve fund collected taxes, what that is, the municipality never collects 100% tax collection rate. Because the municipality is the actual official collector of all the taxes, it is the municipality's responsibility to turn the money over to the Board of Education and turn the money over to the County of Union. Therefore, they get 100% of their levy amount. The municipality has to have a reserve fund collected taxes because we have to make up for what we cannot collect 100% taxes. And this chart shows you exactly where the tax dollars go. For each dollar spent, the municipal portion, which is what the mayor and governing body have control over, is 31.64%, or the levy amount for the amount to be raised is $48,626,061.02. This is what this governing body has control over. That is the amount that we're asking the taxpayers to raise, the amount to be raised by taxation. The library amount, again, is a separate amount you will see this year, but it's part of the total amount that the municipality must collect in order to operate that function. The school is headed by the Board of Education, and there's Dr. Tomatsik as the superintendent of the schools. The amount of the levy is $78,156,334.50, or roughly 50.86% of every dollar goes towards the operations of the schools. And the last category is what we must pay the county for the county services that they provide to the city. The County of Union, we must pay $24,083,961.15, or roughly 15.67% of every tax dollar goes towards the operation of the county. And we also have the open space, which is 0.57%, or $878,564.11. And I know everyone's concerned as to how this budget will impact your pocket. Basically, based on an average assessed home of $139,944, the municipal portion of your tax bill will increase this year by $96.94 for the year, or $8.08 for the month, or $1.86 per week. The mayor and council, under Councilman Armstead, our chairman of finance, has worked very hard to keep any increase to a minimum. The Finance Committee has taken various actions, this is just to name a few, that they've put into place to try to reduce expenses wherever possible. We've continued the hiring freeze since January of 2007, except for essential services. We've reviewed and met with each of the major department heads more than once and went over their budgets, and each department head had been very cooperative with the Finance Committee, and basically wherever they could reduce, they did reduce. There's a lot of contractual mandates within their departments that they just were unable to cut any further. The mayor and council has recently worked into shared services with our neighboring sister town of Roselle. We recently entered into a shared service agreement. We're looking for further shared service agreements with the County of Union and the Board of Education. Each year, we ask the departments to try to look through their equipment, and we do sale of surplus equipment. The last several years, it's brought in well over $100,000 to the municipality, and we were able to review our fleet of vehicles, which we have approximately 390 in public safety and the remainder in the various other departments, that we are now more fuel efficient, and we've been able to eliminate a lot of the caprices, which were gas guzzlers, out of the fleet, and now have a much more fuel efficient fleet. This will be the last year of the changeover. And the Finance Personnel Committee has been working closely with the Reorganization and Consolidation Committee in looking at each department's table of organization and trying to implement whatever changes the department heads request. This governing body and administration since 2007 has, through attrition, eliminated many positions. The total positions that have been eliminated since 2007 total 90, 78 full-time and 12 part-time. There's not many municipalities in the state of New Jersey that can say that they have such a serious governing body as this one. They've been able to, and with the department heads' cooperation and the union's cooperation, been able to eliminate many positions that was able to save $6,732,173.86 by the end of this year. And not only do the governing body look at the various departments and try to cut wherever possible, it's key to work with our economic development coordinator, Mr. Stefanowitz, and Mayor Gerbunka in trying to bring in ratables to the city. Many years we've been trying, but unfortunately we're under severe economic times worldwide everyone's been facing. As soon as the economy picks up, we're hoping that these various redevelopment projects will also pick up in the city of Linden and bring the ratables back and shift back that tax burden off of our residents. The one key area that Mayor Gerbunka and Mr. Stefanowitz have been working on is the Tremley Point Connector Road. This will open up vital over 300 acres of property that will be able to be revitalized and developed that could possibly bring in $5 million or more in ratables. Councilman Puchel's been instrumental with his committee in working for PureGen. This is a company that they negotiated an MOU with that even in the permitting phases, the city of Linden is actually receiving money. Last year we received $300,000 and the committee negotiated that each year it go up by $100,000. This year we're going to be bringing in $400,000 in revenue. The General Motors property is known as Duke Realty, has started to develop that property. That's 57 acres of industrial, 43 acres of retail, and 2.5 acres of residential development, which is estimated to bring into the city over $5.2 million. Once again, the city's been hampered with some litigation issues that we're hoping to have answered by the end of the year. There's other projects that the city of Linden has also been unfortunately hampered with some lawsuits and litigation, but as soon as they're resolved, the city should be able to regain and revitalize some key areas in Linden. And also this governing body is taking into, with the help of Greener by Design, some vital energy products to contribute to our energy costs and stabilize and help stabilize and bring in additional ratables, such as Liberty Gas, Spectra Energy Pipeline, PSE&G solar panels, and the smart grid technology. We also have a brownfield property that needs to be remediated, and our engineer and Councilman Koziel in the second ward has been working tirelessly to try to get this property remediated and redeveloped. It's the old United Lacquer property. But once again, the main function of all the City of Linden departments and employees is to provide service to our taxpayers, and that's everyone's #1 priority here in Linden. We start with our police department headed by Chief Sal Bavona and Mayor Gerbunka. Our police department is second to none in the state of New Jersey. It's a 24/7 operation. Right now they're working 10 officers short from their complement of 135 of uniformed officers. They have total actual employees with civilians, and our central dispatch department several years ago has been put under the police department. They have 205 full and part-time employees. Their total salary and wages is $14,013,500, and their other expenses, which is their operating budgets. This is where they purchase their police cars from. This is where they purchase their computer equipment to run central dispatch and to run the police department, and their other contractual obligations come out of their other expense budget, which is $759,250, for a total operations for police and central dispatch of $14,772,750. The second largest department in our public safety is our fire department. We have a 24/7 fully trained, fully paid fire department here in Linden, headed by Chief Joe Rizzo, and Councilwoman Yamakaitis has been the council head of the fire committee for many years here in Linden. Our fire department actually presently has 110, and we're down 21 positions, but the fire department has worked with the city in eliminating Engine 5, which is 12 positions. So they're hoping to look to hire some firefighters next month to bring that complement back up so that each engine company is fully manned. The chief is requesting that we hire 8 additional firefighters. The salary and wage portion for our fire department is $634,400. And the other expenses, which again is what he needs to operate, this is for the various contractual items in the fire department to keep the department operating on a day-to-day basis, is $125,300 for a total of $11,762,700 to operate our fire department. And I mentioned earlier that one of our major departments that had been reorganized and consolidated over the last several years is our public property and community services under Director Al McDonald and Councilman Jack Sheehy, who's been the chairman of the committee. This department had been 5 separate departments several years ago. There's been 5 reconsolidation and reorganization consolidations through this. And as you can see, there's 4 divisions listed because the Division of Transportation and Parking is now combined into the Division of Buildings and Grounds. They've been trying, the mayor and council, to have more cross-training and more cross-utilization of employees and trying to eliminate positions wherever possible. In the Division of Buildings and Grounds, we have the salary and wage portion, which is $1,192,200, and the other expenses is $291,400. This number represents the operations needed to cover all 23 facilities that the city of Linden has. They have 20 full-time employees, 2 part-time employees under that division. The next division that had been at one time a separate department is now the Division of Recreation and Parks. Salary and wages is $1,883,500. That covers the 29 full-time and 7 part-time employees. Their other expenses are $198,450 in order to operate that division. The Division of Municipal Garage has also gone under another consolidation. There had been a separate Division of Mechanics from our Public Works Department that now is under the Division of Municipal Garage. The salary and wages for that portion is $1,377,000, and that's for the 21 full-time employees that are under that division. The other expense category for the Division of Municipal Garage is $1,505,400. The other expenses there cover the parts and accessories that are needed to keep the 300 vehicles that we have in our fleet on the road. That's parts budget, and there's also $550,000 in fuel that we take out of that other expense category for our fuel for all our vehicles. And the last and the largest and the most recent reorganization and consolidated department is the Division of Public Works under the Department of Public Property. This is the salary and wages of $5,742,200, and their other expenses are over $2,300,000. And they have 99 full-time employees. This is one of the major divisions that's seen, through attrition, the elimination of many positions. This alone was its own separate department that had well over 130 individuals working there back in 2005. As you can see now, they operate at 99, and there's been a layoff plan that's recently been filed that may even reduce these numbers in this department even further, even though that they've been already reduced since 2007. They have 99 full-time employees for a total of $8,042,000. So in order to operate this entire department, the salary and wage portion is $10,194,900. The other expenses is $3,795,600 for a total of $13,990,450, which cover 178 full and part-time positions. And what they provide are various services to the city of Linden, each division. The Division of Recreation covers over 37 parks throughout the city of Linden, or 106.53 acres. They have 7 recreation centers and community centers throughout the city. They have 7 summer day camp programs with over 250 campers, 14 summer playground programs with 1,200 plus participants. And then you can see the myriad of programs that the Recreation Department sponsors and works with, the youth-sponsored programs, the special camps and clinics, the adult-sponsored activities, the senior citizen programs, and our TV 36 programs. And the largest division of the Department of Public Property is our division of our Public Works Department, which is probably what everyone here sees the most, is the Public Works Department. They're involved with providing a vast amount of services to our taxpayers, from trees to sidewalks to sewers to garbage collection. We have garbage collection 2 times a week, and in order to dispose of those costs, that's $850,000. Our trash collection, we have 4 times a year to dispose of the trash, is approximately $400,000. We have various street sweeping requirements. And in the city of Linden, Mr. Messler started many years ago a recycling program that's second to none in the state of New Jersey. And that helps us through grants and through the efforts of the citizens by recycling, bring in over $200,000 towards our recycling program. And we also have Public Works that helps maintain over the 105 acres of public parkland in city-owned lots. We also have a state-of-the-art, brand-new library facility. If you have not have the opportunity to go there on Henry Street, please do so. You'd be very pleased to see this building. It's once again the state mandated number that the city must budget, and it has a myriad of services and under Director Dennis Purvis. The second component to our budget is the capital budget, and the 2011 capital budget is basically a plan that we ask each department head to submit so that we have we ask them to submit for a 6-year period so that we can try to look at the aging infrastructure and equipment and come up with a level debt service that we would be able to replace various equipment in a timely manner. Our largest department is our Department of Engineering's requests for aging infrastructure. The capital budget for the Department of Engineering is over $1,160,000. This includes the infrastructure for our streets, our sanitary sewers, our curbs, and our sidewalks. The public safety departments had put in requests for the various radio and related firefighting equipment. Our fire department's $93,500. Our police department radio and message board equipment is $76,500. And once again, this is just a plan. They cannot spend until an ordinance is adopted by this governing body. In order for the expenditures to occur, the ordinance takes 2 readings, and that's once the ordinance is in effect, that's when the department has the authority to spend the money. The non-public safety departments that are receiving capital funds this year are our Public Works Department for a garbage truck and a hot tar pavement sealer. We have the Finance Department that we have aging servers and computer workstations. We're looking to do computer equipment for $55,000. And this I always like to end with because the tax collection rate is so critical, and this is where I like to thank the taxpayers for paying your taxes. And I really want to say how fortunate Linden is to have a tax collection rate of close to 98%. There's many municipalities that don't have that. We have an exceptional tax collection department headed by Stacy Karen, and we do try to do the best for the citizens of Linden. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your time and your attention. I'd like to thank my staff, Nancy Gomez and Christine Figueredo, for their assistance in putting this presentation together, and I'll be glad to answer any questions anyone may have. We will also be having a amendment to the budget this evening. It's based on 2 technical changes the Division of Local Government has requested. Every 3 years, the municipality is reviewed by the State of New Jersey Division of Local Government. They had requested 2 areas, one area in the revenue of $50,000. The other area is going to be in the appropriations in the amount of $14,000. The city clerk will read that amendment, a technical amendment, and then after that technical amendment is read and passed, we will then have the adoption of the budget. Once again, thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Zach. And once again, if you'd like an opportunity to speak on the budget, there's a pink sign-in sheet. Would you sign it, please? Be a 3-minute limit on the comments on the budget.
I didn't go to 1 o'clock was the time.
Hey, how are you?
Thank you, Mr. Bodak. At this time, we're going to take comments from members of the public. Mr. Paul Schapp, 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Paul Schaub. I reside at 315 2nd Avenue, Linden, New Jersey. Well, the county freeholders really hurt us. The library tax, I'm sorry, gentlemen, I didn't know about that part of the budget. But I said I didn't know about the library tax. That was something new to me, but that's okay. Maybe we could do something about it next year on that. The Board of Education, it could have been down to $45. So it's a $200,000 that you all wanted $80,000. He's went across with that. If it would have been $1 million, that would have been another $10 saved. Gentlemen, right? All 11? And here within the city, I see that we want to go for a garbage truck for $250,000 going towards next year's budget. I think that should start off at $125,000. Okay? Looking ahead to next, this one's already final. July 1st is when the new budget begins again. January 1st. You know, it's only a couple days left in this budget. So I suggest that on a monthly basis, each ward, let each ward know property taxes, how much is spent in the month on any things coming in and going out of our property taxes. On a monthly basis, that each ward knows where the money is being spent on a monthly basis. Keep an eye on it on a monthly basis. You can also do it on a weekly basis. We start off at 000. That's why I have to speak on this budget. This is already finalized, so let's start with the next one.
Thank you. George Donnelly.
George Doney, 132 Irene Street. I would preface my questions with the fact that I've been coming to these meetings for some 30 years. I'm getting tired, and I've been trying to pull back over the last year. Excuse me. But one of your colleagues challenged me and threw down the gauntlet this week. And here I am, again, in front of this microphone. And I want to talk about the capital side of the budget. And Mrs. Zack, I would ask that you just showed us $475,000 for street repairs in the capital budget. But does that also include the item that's on the itinerary for tonight? And I would also ask, is $475,000 enough considering the deteriorated state of many of the streets in town? I call your attention to Elizabeth Avenue, Blanky Street, Stiles Street, Lower Road, St. George Avenue, particularly right in front of the bicycle shop, and Lord knows whatever else. So my question has to be, are we really taking care of our infrastructure, particularly if we're going to become the trucking capital of New Jersey, which is what it seems to be with all the truck traffic we have, the anticipated development of the General Motors property, the anticipated renting of warehousing on the airport property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Doney, in reference to the capital budget for engineering, we've appropriated in the capital budget for the $1.1 million, the $425,000 for the roads. We're receiving also a $190,000 grant. Mr. Verchik, our city engineer, works with the governing body as to what roads are in the worst condition in each ward. And I'm sure Mr. Verchik can explain much better than I could of the aging infrastructure and how he attacks it. From a financial aspect, what we try to do through the Finance Personnel Committee is to look at the aging infrastructure and equipment from each department and try to keep a level debt service. So for $1.1 million to go towards our sanitation sewers and our curbs and our sidewalks and our streets, we've been, again, trying to keep that each year so that we don't ignore our infrastructure of our roads and the various other capital monies through the fire department, public works, and police department. We try to allocate what we can, but we always put through engineering first, those capital requests.
I would ask again, is the 400 and some odd $1,000 enough? I don't think it is. I think we need more money in there. And I would ask maybe that the monies from the red light project,
You have 1 minute, please.
which are collected from drivers, be put back for the drivers' benefits and get our roads back into the state that they should be in. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Dennis Copley, please come up.
Good evening, all. Dennis Kopecki, 737 Erudo Street, otherwise known as Block 380, Lot 5. May I have a clarification, please? Twice this evening, we've heard the figure of about $96, Mr. Armstead's report, Ms. Zach's report, and I believe your figure was about 48% on that graph is the part that this board does control. So really what I'm asking for is that $96 for that roughly $140,000 home is only that 48% on your graph. What is going to be the total increase to my tax bill with all the Board of Education and the other pieces thrown in?
The total amount for 2011, including...
$140,000 house.
Yes, on an average home assessed at $139,944 will be $217.39. That includes $65.41 for the county, $55.04 for the school, and $96.94 for the municipality.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And in next year's report, when you do it, please give us the total figure somewhere in there also.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pat Hero, please. Three minutes, please.
I feel sorry for Mr. Downey. He's been doing this a lot longer than I am, and I'm feeling about as frustrated as he is. It seems to quote Joe Bianco, Mr. Joe Bianco, the more things change, the more they stay the same. While Mrs. Zach has said that we have eliminated 90 positions, and while that is a good thing, the fact is that we have been way overstaffed to begin with. And that's the problem that we're having, is we're having a really hard time cutting with the salary and wages. And I'm afraid that's with what the governor is doing or not doing with regard to that. I'm afraid that's not going to be changing. So that's where most of our problem comes in. We are paying our staff excessive salaries. And unless we get more of the people who are making excessive salaries to retire, we're still going to be having that problem. And of course, that goes along with the pensions, which are going to be quite high to begin with. Some people are living on pensions, what I'd love to see in a salary. You didn't go far enough this year in reducing the Board of Education. They presented a budget, the voters voted it down, and you, I think, gave them $200,000 increase by cutting $800,000. That wasn't nearly enough. You guys really have to do better next year if we vote it down again and you get the opportunity to work on that. I guess I'm just, I'm discouraged. I'm discouraged that police and fire took a 3.2% increase. Some people who are getting paid the least have taken 0%. The police and fire who are our servants who are, getting paid the most for being our public servants are getting a 3.2% increase. Some people aren't getting Social Security increases.
1 minute, please.
But people who, like the police and fire, who are making some of the highest salaries in the city, have taken a 8.2% increase. I appreciate the police and fire, but I think they could take a 0% increase next year, or for this year if they choose to. I guess that's about it. It is going to be a struggle. It's a struggle for a lot of people. I'm going to be talking about that more during the public portion, so stick around. But there wouldn't be a large number of people who are going to be tax delinquent if we could afford to pay this amount of money. A lot of us can't, and I want you to think about us and not your relatives next year. And when you prepare the budget for this year, for next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hira. Mr. Workmeister.
Good evening. I'd like to first say 3 minutes is totally inadequate to respond to a budget if you have some things to say. You allow hours up here to people from out of town to speak about why we shouldn't do anything with the DuPont property. Hours. And I do think it should be extended, Mr. Chairman, for this, because this is very important. It's once a year, and we speak about the budget. And I'd like to speak about a few things. First of all, I have a few questions. What is the tax rate for this year?
The total tax rate for 2011 will be 5.530.
5.50. Thank you. And salary increases for next year, according to the negotiations, amount to how much?
Roughly $1.2 million.
And percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise for police and fire, 3.5%. For all other unions, 3.95%.
3.5 next year, and is there anything the year beyond that?
3.75? I believe it's 3.75 the final year for police and fire, and 3.95 for the others.
That's in 2013?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, each employee is still entitled to 15 sick days a year?
Yes, sir.
And they're allowed to accumulate them, and if they retire and they don't use them, is the max still 15,000, or was that elevated?
The max is 19,000 currently in all our contracts. However, at the end of the contract, it will go to the state minimum requirement of the 15,000.
Good. And each employee is entitled to 13 holidays a year? Is that correct?
Yes.
And how much is the health benefits for each employee?
For a family coverage, it's approximately $21,000.
So we add $21,000 to their salary, which would put a lot of people at 80,000 into the 100,000 category, which is, I've looked at the salary schedule and it's innumerable. I couldn't count them all that are making over 100,000. And what I'm getting at really is the fact that while you're doing something, you're not really putting your nose to the to the stone. You're just not, you're not attacking this in a proper manner. You're just skimming over it. It's year in and year out the same story, and what we know is that the salaries and the number of employees exceed the income we get, and it's on the backs of the city residents in the city. They're the ones paying for it. They don't get 13 holidays. They don't get 15 days sick leave. They don't get all of the things that the pensions, all of these other things that the employees get. God bless the employees. They do a good job. I don't have any quarrel with them. The department heads are totally cooperative with anything I've ever asked for. But the fact remains that they don't contribute anything to their health benefits. I mean, it's $20,000. Who on earth gets something like that in the public life, in the private life, I'm sorry? Who gets that? Nobody. Come on. Get real. And people say, oh, you can't do anything. Well, the governor did something, and you can do the same thing. You say you either do this or reduce the manpower. And don't tell me we can't do it. Union, with 52,000 people versus this city with less than 40,000, has like a $75 million budget. Now, come on, we got a $96 million budget. There's got to be something wrong. And you know what's wrong is the number of employees we have, and they're not properly dispersed. When on earth will you get a survey to help you with this? Look, you're all good people, but frankly, you're not qualified to run a $96 million business. You need professional help. And I was... When are you going to listen to the people? I would love to see somebody on this board, this council, have the courage to make a motion that we investigate the acquisition of a city administrator. And I would like an up and down vote, and let each person, each councilman, qualify his vote, why he supports or why he doesn't. Then we all know where you stand, and we know how to act. So I think this is extremely important. And this is something that really needs looking at.
Thank you.
I think that you should do many other things. The city administrator is so important. At least 18 out of the 21 communities, I've been up here saying this for years, has one, has a business manager. And your Board of Education, for goodness sake, with all their supervision, has a business manager. The city has nothing. We've got department heads running the city, with the council, I know. But again, I'm not qualified, and neither of all of you. You need a professional, and you should do it. Get someone after that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Oh, you're cutting me off now? I had a few other things to say, but for one other thing is the salaries. Come on, guys. You talk about the mandatory items in a budget, that won't wash with me, because the mandatory items increase when the salaries increase. So give a stipend. You know what a stipend is? It just gives them that money for that year. The particular year you want to award them some money. It doesn't affect their base for their pensions, for anything else. And you'll control those mandatory items as well. And I think it's time you acted instead of just talking each year. Look, it doesn't matter to me, believe me. I'm at that point in life where I've been just looking at this for years and I just can't stomach it anymore. So I would beg you and ask you to act on this and to make motions, and let's get a vote from each councilman. Let's see where you all stand, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joe Lindsay.
Joe Lindsay, 326 Fernwood Terrace. And I do want to echo the same words from Mr. Workmeister about a business administrator. We've been coming for years. Last year, not taking anything away from this council and the mayor and Al McDonald and a lot of the department heads that worked tremendously hard on this budget, because I witnessed it on the monthly. I was coming to every caucus meeting. Last night's caucus ended at 12 midnight. And everybody did in their power the best that they could. But I do agree with Mr. Workmeister that we could go that extra step and get that professional in here where he understands a little more than what's going on with the $96 million budget that we're dealing with. Now, last year I came in, it was $378 increase municipality-wise, and the school increase was $100. So it roughly went up 3 3/4 times the school increase of last year. And that's why I had concerns, and that's why I showed up on a monthly to follow what's going on, because this year I didn't want to pay that $378. And the reward is $96. But if you look at that pie, that same pie, it still went up 3 times the amount of the school increase. I've been to the school meetings, and their increase, I was under the understanding that it only went up $40. You mentioned 55, Alexis, and then they cut $1 million, so I was thinking $35. So when I see 96, I'm saying it's 3 times the amount. So according to that pie, now that school number on that pie keeps going down on a yearly, and the municipality is inching up, and that's my concern, you know. Now, we lost 90 jobs through attrition. That's a beautiful thing. Since the mayor's been in office, we've been losing manpower without replacing anybody. And that's attribution to the council and the mayor and a woman. Okay. So I applaud you for that. But now the police, I know they're down under complement, and the fire is down. I asked the question last night. They're down 5, so we're going to have to either hire 7 more and get up to complement, or we're going to have to make some moves in these departments. And that's a scary thing, because that's our safety. And I know they're making tons of money, and but where do we go? Starting next year, our insurance increase is 1.4. On the average, it's going up 1.4 million, and now they're not paying nothing into it. So the increase is an extra 1.4 million for the next 3 years. 1.4, 1.5, 1.6. The pension contribution, I don't know if that's included in this 2011 budget, but that's 1.245 increase. 1,245,000, if I'll be corrected. And that's the same number as this year, so that possibly could get a little higher. And then the state aid, you did the 10-year, I divvied it up, and it came out to about 400,000 a year that we're not getting in state aid. So if you add them 3 up, and $1 million in reserves that we're not going to be able to use next year because we kind of depleted the reserves, that comes out to $3,045,140, not including the 3.9% increase that they're going to get on their salaries. They're getting a 3.9 increase. That's all got to be added. I don't even know what that number is. Roughly 2-3 million. Who knows what the amount of employees we have? 500.
Okay.
And I employed the Teamsters given that 3rd year, that 0%. And I know we're under contract and we have no power to do anything about it, but it's my concern that we're $6 million in the hole starting next year. That's why, and I'll finish up, that we should consider a business administrator to attack these areas, because our whole council, for that whole year, all our focus was that budget. Wood Avenue, it's falling apart. St. George Ave is falling apart. You know, our town's falling apart structurally. The streets, George mentioned, you know, we're falling apart because we're concentrating on this budget. Have that guy in charge. That'll be his word. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Virginia Malik.
Virginia Malik, Lenape Road.
Good evening.
Just one question on expenses. When you look at all the different departments, a lot of the expenses are like more than a third of, or about a third or more of the salaries on here. So for some of the major departments, like Public Works or whatever, can you be a little bit more specific? What are in these expenses? I know that you were mentioning it's, you know, some of the benefits, but some of these numbers are off the wall.
Well, say, for instance, in our Public Works Department, that's separated into 4 separate line items on the budget. Other Public Works functions, vehicles, there's also solid waste collection. Say under the category solid waste collection, that number includes the $850,000 that we have to pay in order to dispose of our garbage. That number also in that other expense category shows $400,000 that we have to pay to get rid of our trash. So those are 2 significant numbers that show that's why that in that function, in that other expense budget, we have to pay out of that. Another large category would be our municipal garage. When you see that number, the other expense number, it's very large.
Right.
But 550,000 of that number is for our fuel to operate our 300 vehicles. If you take that number, that 500,000 out of that million, the remaining, there's 300,000 that is used for parts, the operations, the repairs that are necessary. That's another 300,000 out of that specific line item. Say in the police department, their other expense budget, we're not allowed to capitalize police cars. In order to capitalize an item, the state has to tell you that it has a life expectancy of more than 5 years. In many instances, police cars do not categorize under capital. So we have to put that in his operating budget in the police department. That's well over $100,000 for the police cars. There's computer equipment and contracts for our central dispatch. We have a very complex QED system that operates our police, fire, and central dispatch departments. That's well over $300,000 that we put into the central dispatch budget. So in each specific other expense budget, there's a bunch of sub-accounts that the department head has. And again, if there's another specific department you would like me to go through, I would.
Do we have some sort of an audit process on these expenses during the year?
Yes, each month, the Finance Committee, we run reports, we go through it with our Finance Committee, the Finance Office runs it for the Finance Committee, we review it. We have purchasing agents that, before, when they get the purchase requisition from the departments, each department, they make sure that it meets our bid specifications, our quote specifications. We have a QPA, Ms. Venditto, that, monitors that. So there's a lot of internal controls that we have to make sure that the departments are following the local public contracts law as well as the local budget law.
Right, and do we have, someone had mentioned here about, like on a weekly or monthly basis, to look at like our cash flow, what's being expended. So do we do this also with our expenses that we see, month one?
Yes, we do an analysis of cash. Basically, my office does a daily cash reconcilement, but we do basically an analysis of cash each month. And again, we go through that with the Finance Committee.
All right, thank you.
Jacqueline Williams, please.
Jacqueline Williams, 1313 Husser Street. Good evening, everyone. I have a question because I was trying to do some numbers really quickly regarding the salaries and wages and the benefits and so on and so forth. Can anyone tell me whether or not the salaries and wages that we were presented tonight, does this include overtime?
The salary and wage portion does include the overtime for each of the specific departments. Say, for instance, the police department, they have an overtime budget. They have also in that budget, they have holiday pay, and they have what's called buyback days. So when we look at the operations of the budget line item, there's salary and wages, which include those categories, and then you have your other expense, which are your operational expenses.
Okay. And for the benefits portion, I noticed that it was 15 million plus in addition, and I'm assuming that the benefits for this also covers the police, fire, and public works department?
Yes, the benefits cover that. It covers the health benefits, the dental, the vision, and it also, when we talk about the various insurances, our workers' compensation.
Okay. When I took a look at the average salaries and wages and compared it to the total budget, I came up with about 43.91% of that dollar amount was being contributed to salaries and wages alone. And I have a concern about the amount of overtime because especially when we're cutting services and we're cutting summer jobs, some of the overtime, I have to say, is very questionable. And I would prefer if you look into cutting out the overtime so that our children and the people of our city can be serviced a little bit better. As far as the recreational activities that were placed up on the board, most of those activities are paid by the parents and the people who choose to participate in that. And one of the things that I noticed is when I first moved to Linden, I was paying about maybe $50 or $100 just for my child to participate in camp. Now, the cost of that is $300 per child, and that's very expensive for any parent who has more than one child. Now you add that, and that's just one recreational activity, to the tax increase that we are paying for $500, $600, whatever it is more, that's quite expensive, and I don't see the justification in that. Also, I didn't get the salaries, and I guess I have to request a copy of the actual budget presentation that you did. But just looking at the number of employees you have in the fire department and the salaries and wages that are being paid alone without any benefits or expenses, the average salary is $105,000, $794.55, which is a lot to spend on wages and salaries for that. especially when I see that we only have 71 firemen. So I have to ask the question, how many fires have we actually had each year for the past 3 years? Because the conversation that I had with one of the firemen, they explained to me from their version of the need of whatever number of firemen that we have, because if I'm not misquoting this gentleman, for every one fire person that's on the inside of a burning house or building, there has to be 1 or 2 men on the outside for safety reasons. So that's why I'm asking the question as to how many fires have we actually had, and average it over the 3 years to see. Basically, I'm trying to get an idea of if our money is being well spent and if we have a surplus of dollars being allocated to one department. So if I can get that, I would definitely appreciate it. And I have to say, it sounds very good. I believe his name was Mr. Workmeister when he brought up the option of having stipends versus the raises. I think we should consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Whereas the local municipal budget for the 2011 was introduced on the 17th day of May 2011, and whereas the public hearings on said budget has been held as advertised, and whereas it is desired to amend said introduced budget now, therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Linden, County of Union, that the following amendments to the introduced budget of 2011 be made. Anticipated revenues. Number 3, miscellaneous revenues, Section G, special items of general revenue anticipated with prior written consent, Director of Local Government Services, other special items. Sale of municipal assets from $50,000 to 0. Reserve for tax appeals from $2,438,300 to $2,488,300. 8, general appropriations. A, operations within caps. Group health insurance from $13,354,500 to $13,340,500. Health benefit waivers from 0 to $14,000. Be it further resolved that 2 certified copies of this resolution be filed forthwith in the office of the Director of Local Government Services for his certification of the local municipal budget so amended.
Thank you. Motion?
Yes, Mr. President, I move the amendment and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Colobus.
Yes, I just want to add that I agree with former Mayor Workmeister that we should look into the possibility of a business administrator as we go forward. But I do support this budget, yes.
Cozio?
Yes.
Brown?
Just clarification, is this on the budget or the amendment?
The amendment.
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemekaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Mr. Clerk, would you read the budget resolution as amended?
Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Linden, New Jersey, County of Union, that the budget herein before set forth is hereby adopted and shall constitute an appropriation for the purposes stated of the sums therein as set forth as appropriations and authorized of the amount of A, $48,626,061.02, item 2 below for municipal purposes, E, $1,925,079.45, minimum library levy. 1, general revenue, surplus anticipated, $8,050,000. Miscellaneous revenues anticipated, $35,953,477.20. Receipts from delinquent taxes, $1,500,000. 2, amount to be raised by taxation for municipal purposes, $48,600,000. $626,061.02. Total amount to be raised by taxation, amount to be raised by taxation for minimum library levy, $1,925,079.45. Total revenues, $96,054,617.74. Summary of appropriations. Within caps, operations including contingent, $66,090,972.51. Deferred charges and statutory expenditures municipal, $10,967,738. Excluded from cap. Operations, total operations excluded from cap, $4,615,911.21. Capital improvements, $125,000. Municipal debt service, $10,392,094. Reserve for uncollected taxes, $3,862,902.02. Total appropriations, $96,054,617.74. It is hereby certified that the within budget is a true copy of the budget finally adopted by the resolution of the governing body on the 21st day of June, 2011.
Motion, please.
Yes, Mr. President, I move for approval of the budget as amended and request a second.
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 I beat you to it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Call a roll.
Mr. Colvus?
Yes.
Cosio?
Yes.
Brown?
No.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Just a quick comment on it. Since the Budget Committee was dissolved, we've been meeting several times with Councilman Cosio and Councilman Brown. Latest one was last week, and Councilman Brown crunched some numbers together. It was introduced Monday at the caucus, but it was too late. We couldn't change the budget where we could have saved 2 more tax points. So we're going to have to put this on to next year. We're sorry about that. We didn't know about the time and the delay on it. So I have to vote yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Comments from the council on the budget? 3 minutes. Mr. Colbus?
Okay. I supported this budget. I feel the Personnel and Finance Committee did their job in trying to find where we can cut, where we're allowable to cut without hurting services. The recommendations made by the former Budget Review Committee, which was dissolved, they came up with good ideas. As Councilman Pichelle mentioned, the ideas that they had for this budget will now have to be implemented to the 2012 budget. So it's already begun, and today's the first day as we start looking towards next year. So again, I supported this budget, and I think everybody did a good job in trying to come up with ways to save money for the citizens of Linden. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cosio?
Thank you, Council President. I just want everybody to know that we all worked extremely hard. I didn't preface my vote. Mr. Puchel did. It's time we passed it. It's the middle of June. It had to be passed. There were a lot of good ideas on the floor. We brought a lot of, we had budget hearings. We met constantly, Sundays, weekends, weekdays. We were together all the time, working on this budget, looking line item by line. And certain members of council knew more than others, and I learned a lot in the process. We did, I think, a very diligent job. It could have came in had we known the time limitations. And I know that, we went over this last night, and the chairman of the Finance Committee did send out notifications. We continued to work, and we thought we can bring in a couple of items right at the wire, and as Joe said, we weren't able to do that, but hopefully they could be worked into next year's budget. But it is a much better budget than last year. I think everybody here who was involved in seeing that budget process last year knows that this was a much more transparent process. We invited everybody's input. 3 members of council were here at a hearing, kind of a town hall meeting for probably 4.5, 5 hours. And we got a lot of great information, and those minutes, I'd like to think, went into what you see the current budget as is now. So I'm proud of the work that we did. I commend the Budget Committee. I commend Personnel and Finance Committee. I commend our Treasury Department and everybody who was involved, including the people, the residents, and the business owners who gave input. And that's my statement.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you. Well, first I want to thank the Personnel and Finance Committee. I do know they worked hard on this, as well as the Treasurer's Office. I know they've worked every day on this budget. And yes, I voted no for the budget for a number of different reasons. One, I know we kept hearing about the average assessed value, and that was being based off of $139,000. However, the budget increase is over 4% increase. So if anyone wants to know what the true tax increase is going to be, you basically take what you paid last year on the municipal level, increase it by 4.4%. In addition, I didn't feel comfortable with this budget with unemployment in Linden higher than the national and state average. I didn't feel comfortable with this budget because when senior citizens, when I'm talking to them, the cost of living adjustment has not increased this year nor last year. 4% is higher than what their senior citizens are suffering right now. Also, there's a record number of tax appeals this year in Linden. Linden's not the only town experiencing it. However, last night we had our tax assessor who came out and told us about 2 major tax appeal properties that the city unfortunately is going to have to reimburse some money to. But this goes to show that homeowners are suffering, not just business owners, but homeowners are suffering. And this is going to be a continued trend within the next couple of months, where people are going to want to get their house reassessed because they just can't take enough as far as property taxes. I also voted no for this budget because I didn't feel comfortable with the amount of money that's being taken out of reserves. Last year, when I was standing here, I raised concern about the number of millions of dollars that was being taken out of reserves. It's happening again this year. And next year, I'm just going to fight harder and make sure that we have a better and more sound budget. So that was the reason why I voted no.
Thank you. Mr. Armstead?
Yes, Mr. President, as you well know, I prefaced the introduction with some comments. I just like to thank the governing body and the members of the Budget Review Committee for all their input. Budgets are not very easy. It's a very long and tedious process. Remind you folks that we were ready to introduce this budget back in April, and I did give the members of this governing body an opportunity to add further cuts to the budget. Unfortunately, the cuts and the recommendations that came in a little too late. They came in last night, and we were under some time constraints with regards to how we could implement them. But I will say this much, that in the future we will take some of the ideas that were presented last night moving forward, and we will try again next year to assist the taxpayers in this town and alleviate the tax burden that they're currently facing. That concludes my comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilwoman Rashana Cosby-Hursley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I supported the budget because I felt like we're pressed. We need to get it in and look forward to next year. I hope that in next month's agenda, we can have a resolution that will separate finance from personnel so that we have a dedicated team. And that's all they're going to do is work on our budget, work on our financials. I also hope that we can budget for a business or city administrator, somebody who can, have this one focus. And while, we're all here and we're doing our due diligence as council members, we're not focusing singly on finances. So hopefully next year, we don't have the same concerns and we don't have the same delay with our budget introduction. And I appreciate Councilman Armstead, his team, the Budget Committee, and especially the CFO and her team for all that they did this year. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you, Council President. I voted for this budget because I think this was the best we could do this year. It's an improvement from last year. I want to thank the Personal Finance Committee for the work they did, but also I want to thank the Budget Committee for the work they did. They were disbanded, but they did the work, and I think next year there has to be some kind of combination between both to get the full advantage of the expertise from both these people. This is a better budget than last year. What we must do is we still must improve our next year's budget. As Mayor Workmeister said, and the other, yes, we do need a city administrator. This has been brought up for, I don't know, since I've been on here, a couple of years. Nothing has been done, and I think seriously we have to look into that, a city administrator. I'm the representative with the senior citizens, and I talked to many senior citizens this year, and they were, I hate to use it, afraid of what this budget would bring them. They were afraid that they couldn't pay the taxes, or they would have to use the money to pay the taxes and wouldn't have enough for food, and so on. I just hope that we could incorporate everyone's expertise for next year to lower the taxes. And basically, what it comes down to, I think, the whole council, the mayor, everyone else involved has to work together. We have to do that, one way or the other. Those are the reasons I did vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sheehy?
Thank you, sir. Well, there's nobody here knows harder than me on how hard it is to pay your taxes. Believe you me. Times are rough out there. Me and my brother have been gone weeks without paychecks. My brother's living without health benefits. I'm getting health benefits from the city. So to put me on this committee, I think it was a great move. Because for 3 years I've been sitting up here and the guy in the middle's telling me that, you know, nickels and pennies and dimes don't add up. Well, being on this budget committee, the Personnel and Finance Committee, I learned a lot, and you see the intricacies of the city. We do need money to operate and pay our bills. The majority of it, what's hurting us, is the pensions go up $1 million every year. Like Mr. Lindsay said, next year, we're gonna be in a hole again next year. So I feel the council that we have up here this year is working hard, very hard, to curb this. This isn't like what went on in the past. This is a whole new deal up here. I would have loved to have been councilman 10 years ago when you gave the city away and you handed out all these jobs. Tonight was talked about 75 jobs. Just think, I look at it, them people were robbing us all these years. 75 people are gone, and we don't miss them. We don't miss them. And you know, it really doesn't show on our tax cut, but we are trying, and we have a whole new mindset on this council. We are struggling at working together, but that's going to take time. We will get that because we do have people up here that have expertise in certain, you know, we all have certain qualities up here, and we got to put them together. And when we get them together, it's going to work. Throw the politics out the window and just get together and let's do our thing, because, you know, we have a multiple of different minds up here, and it's going to work. And I really feel next year it's even going to be better for this budget. It was a lot of hard work, believe you me. I really wish I could raise nobody's taxes. I wish I can give you money back, but it's not going to happen. We worked hard. This whole council came together, and the Treasury Department. What the Treasury Department went through these last couple of months, I have to commend them. I mean, we annoyed them, you know, we frustrated them, but they come up with our answers. But you can call that Treasury Department. If they don't have the answer within minutes, they will give you the answer, and they are very accurate. And I really appreciate their help. And end of my comments, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shi. Councilwoman Yamakaitis.
Thank you, Council President. As Councilman Sheehy mentioned, this is a whole new deal up here. Last night, some suggestions, as Councilman Pichel mentioned, were presented by the former Budget Committee, and several of us on council were able to be included to sit down. We spent several weekends looking at this line by line, and we thought we possibly could cut another 2 tax points off of this. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, but I want to let everyone know we're committed. It doesn't stop here tonight with passing this budget. We move ahead forward to next year. One of my recommendations, along with Councilwoman Cosby, we need to reestablish that budget committee. We have talents up here. Councilman Brown, he was chairman of the former budget committee. That needs to be reestablished. It needs not to open up the budget in January to look at it again, to get it passed for June. It needs to start now, continue. And I want to commend the 3 members of that committee for being very open with this council, giving feedback of minutes of what was going on. That's important. Everybody needs to be informed in order to make judgments and pass things that are for the betterment of the taxpayers. So I would recommend everybody push to get that budget committee reestablished. That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Frazier?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. Like my colleagues, I just want to note to all that these are very extraordinary times, extremely difficult economic times. And I have to commend the Personnel and Finance Committee, as well as the many contributors and my colleagues over here for, I think, doing an admirable job in bringing in a budget. No doubt, perhaps had we concentrated perhaps much earlier, maybe we could have done better. But I think under the conditions, we've done very, very well compared to where we were last year. Needless to say, the most important word that I think my colleagues should walk away with, at times it's necessary to compromise so that we can all get along together, one another, and do the right thing. And just being prepared for next year means that we start right now and keep our eye on the ball. And at the same time, yes, we're extremely concerned about our taxpayers, and at the same time, we're concerned about our employees too. Our employees provide, I think, some great services for our constituents. We want to do our best to maintain these services, and we want to do our best to maintain them at an affordable price. So with that, I thank all my colleagues, and I thank you too.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Councilman Pichel?
I was ahead of the game. I made my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say I worked with Mayor Gabunka, which is a part-time position. The gentleman puts in about 60 hours a week. I don't know how he does it. I have a part-time position. It's just consumed me. I believe what Mr. Workmeister has been saying, we need to change the government in this town. It's archaic. And I don't think you can run a corporation of $96 million with part-time help. But I want to thank all the council people that did, in the end, come together and cooperate, and we got this budget passed a lot faster than last year, and I want to thank everybody for the cooperation.
Mr. President, can I make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There's no doubt in my mind, and I've been in municipal government since 1994, that your governing body and myself are committed to reducing and stabilizing the taxes in this city. And the Personnel and Finance Committee, which allowed me to be part of that committee, worked extremely hard to do just that. As was stated by our CFO, which is sitting to the right of me, this council and mayor for the last 4.5 years reduced 76 full-time positions and 12 part-time positions. We are short 10 police officer positions and don't intend to fill those in the near future. We reduced 12 fire positions. The department heads did not take a raise, although they were entitled to it. Council gave up their health benefits, except for one who's paying for it. So you could see, and also would petition civil service to have 23 demotions in the blue and white collar positions. Again, these are things that we're not proud of. The governing body doesn't take great pleasure in doing this. But you could only reduce taxes by reducing services or personnel. And I think we've hit the bottom limit on reducing personnel. If we go further with personnel reductions, we're going to be reducing services. And this is something that this governing body next year has to take a hard look at. Of course, the other avenue for tax stabilization is to increase revenues. And as our CFO showed you on her presentation, we have a lot of irons in the fire in that regard. It's just that the national economy is not encouraging developers to throw millions and millions of dollars into new development. But mark my words, that's going to be the savior of Linden. Once the economy turns around and we have all this property to develop and have added revenues, which then shift the burden, the tax burden, off of residents onto industry. And I want to commend our Linden Economic Development Coordinator, Ron Stefanowitz, for working extremely hard, trying to curry the favor of these businesses into the city of Linden. We met with the governor's business action team, the team that goes to different countries, that goes to different states. They know what we have available now in Linden to encourage business to move here. So we're having a concerted effort to reduce taxes and control spending. And I just want to make a comment. I'm opposed to a business administrator at this time. The reason being that a business administrator is going to cost you at least $175,000 a year salary. And remember this, we're under the Wildwood Act. Our form of government has committees run the city of Linden. The committee runs the Public Works Department. The committee runs the Recreation Department. The Personnel and Finance Committee deals with finances and personnel. So if we pay a business administrator $175,000, he can't make decisions until he goes to a committee who's composed of part-time council persons. If we want a business administrator...
Possibly under your mayor's report, you could continue.
Can I just finish the thought?
Please, go ahead.
And I apologize for going
Please.
long, but I'm very emotional about this issue. If we have a business administrator, then I suggest we change our form of government to the Faulkner Act, which is a totally different form of government and takes the committee form out of running the city. I apologize, Council President. I got carried away, but I feel very strongly about that position.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to hear more about it during your report if possible. Mr. Colobus, ordinance 5522, would you make a motion to remove?
Sure. Council President, I ask that ordinance 5522 on hearing be removed from the agenda, and I seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colubus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Mr. Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. This is the date and time established for public hearing on ordinance on hearing. Ordinance 5527.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, shall be amended as follows. 7-33.1A, handicap parking regulations on street. Delete 713 Van Buren Avenue, number of spaces 1.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received?
No, sir.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Motion, please.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the hearing be closed and the ordinance adopted and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colubus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5528.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 2, Administration, Article 7, Policies and Procedures, Section 2-69, Fees for Municipal Services shall be amended as follows. Add new Section 2-69.4.1, fee for the use of pistol range, $400 per week, Monday through Friday, plus certificate of insurance providing for not less than $3 million combined general limits and a hold harmless agreement.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has there been any written communication received?
No, sir.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the ordinance? Yes, for a motion, please.
Yes, Mr. President, I move the hearing be closed, the ordinance adopted, and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Mr. Clerk, 5529 was removed.
Yes, sir.
5530.
Bond ordinance providing for an appropriation of $45,000 for the reconstruction of curbs and sidewalks in and along various streets for the city of Linden, and authorizing the issuance of $42,750 bonds or notes, or financing part of the appropriation.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Have we received any written communication?
No, sir.
Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the ordinance?
Mr. Roman.
Come up, sir. Could you come up?
My name's Leonard Roman. I know you talked about sidewalks right now, but I came in, one of my questions was, in my ward, they did the streets 4 or 5 years ago. I called my councilman because the roads were cracking 3 months after they did them because there was grass when they did them. They didn't take the grass out. I called him, he never answered me. I called Davis again. 3 more months later, he came to my house and he says, "What's the matter?" I said, "The roads are cracked." He said, "What do you want, a warranty?" And he laughed. And I said, "Yeah." Now, when you do the blacktop and the sidewalks, if it's not the city doing it, is there a warranty? And if not, why not?
Mr. Verchik?
There's a 1-year maintenance guarantee after the job is complete.
Well, my street looked worse in 6 months than it was before they did it over. And he thought it was funny.
No, this is the first I heard of it.
Well, I called my councilman, which I, never mind, nothing about election, but I called my councilman and he didn't do nothing at
Mr.
that time.
I'll present it for you, Mr. Roman. Okay.
Motion, please.
Mr. President, I ask the hearing be closed and ordinance 55-29 be adopted, and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5531.
Bond ordinance providing for an appropriation of $240,000 for the resurfacing of various streets for the engineering department and authorizing the issuance of $228,000 bonds or notes for financing part of the appropriations.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Have we received any written communication?
No, sir.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the ordinance? Motion, please.
Mr. President, I ask the hearing be closed and ordinance 55-31 be adopted and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Cosio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Mr. Clerk, read the correspondence.
Linden Industrial Association. Council President James Moore, City Hall, Linden, New Jersey. Dear Council President Moore, as a Secretary of the Linden Industrial Association, I have been requested by its officers and membership to place its objections on the record of the Linden City Council to any cut in the budget of the LEDC. From the perspective of the membership of the Linden Industrial Association, the LEDC has served as a major catalyst to renewed interest and development in the city of Linden. First, together with the mayor's office, the employees of the LEDC act as emissaries to outside businesses and government officials to convey the story and create interest in the continued revitalization of the city's long-standing commercial and industrial base. Second, the LEDC acts as a facilitator between interested businesses and the local, county, and state authorities responsible for the oversight of safe and responsible development in the city of Linden and its public thoroughfares. There are numerous instances where the LEDC has stepped up to assist business development in the city without compromising its health and safety. They have been successful in moving a sometimes difficult process forward in order to maintain the financial viability of the development. The membership of the Linden Industrial Association has seen the resolution of multiple problems by the LEDC on projects such as the Tremley Point Development, Duke Properties, Transit Village, Morning Star, Linden Road Safety and Vehicle Circulation, and the work currently being done to codify Linden's future in the Strategic Vision Plan. Finally, all of the work of the LEDC goes directly to increase ratables for the city of Linden, and most importantly, jobs. Jobs are required to maintain the vibrant community and retail trade that has long been the history of the city. To cut back the budget of the LEDC is to walk away from progress and economic development for the sake of a few tax dollars. The future of the city of Linden is dependent upon the LEDC's consistent and ceaseless energy to foster its development. On behalf of the Linden Industrial Association, we respectfully request that the LEDC budget not be diminished and that there be continued support for its activities. Very truly yours, Linden Industrial Association, James K. Estabrook, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The consent agenda. All items listed with the asterisks are considered to be routine by City Council, will be acted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless the council members or the citizens so request, in which the event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered its normal sequence on the agenda. We have items 1 to 12. Has anybody wished to remove any of the items? Mr. Lindsay? Anyone else?
Twelve.
Okay.
That's it? Mr. President, I accept the hearing be closed, and we accept.
We're going to allow them to...
Oh, first?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Lindsay?
Okay, who do you got?
Number 2.
Mr. Lindsay?
Just the salary and wages in number 2, is that the SIDS director salary?
Yes.
And the compensation benefit package, what does that include?
That's the health benefits.
He gets a full benefit?
Right, he took a pay reduction so that he could get the
Okay,
benefits.
I remember that.
Yes.
Okay, the secretary, the 5,000, how many hours a month is that?
I can find out for you, Mr. Lindsay. This is Mr. Bono's budget, so I can check with him. I don't have that information, I'm sorry.
Okay, they meet once a month,
I believe they meet at least once a month.
minimum once?
Yes.
Okay, because that 5,000 seems kind of steep. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rashana Cosby Hurley? I'm sorry, sir, on this item? Yes.
The only reason I'm bringing it up is not to close or anything, but the importance.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Vera. The importance of having a block party, in reference to that tax on the library, that new tax that came. I'm just bringing it up. It is good to have a block party to help, especially the library. You know, it's a very important part. You know, something new that came up with that new tax. And to help the city out in lowering that library tax in the future, that we have a block party for the library. I don't want to close this. I just wanted to bring it up because to help on that tax part of the library thing. This, I'm in favor of it. I just wanted to bring it up because there's something, word on here, block party, that could help us out. That's what I have to say.
Okay. My comment on the item number 12 was that it was advertised in our community as being sponsored by the Community Development Corporation, so I'm just going to ask that we clarify who's the sponsor for the event, you know, because there's a multitude of organizations that begin with the same name. So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear who the sponsor is for number 12, and that's all I have.
And who would the sponsor be?
The sponsor, well, this says that it's the actual church. The advertisement that I received in the ward said it was being sponsored by the Community Development Corporation. So that's why I just want to make sure that we put it on properly.
Mr. Clerk?
We will check the application and
Anyone else have comment on the consent agenda? Motion, please.
I ask that the hearing be closed and a motion be made on consent agenda items 1 through 12 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Kozio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Committee reports from members, council. Mr. Colopus?
Thank you, Council President. I have a report from the engineering department. Now that the weather is conducive to paving, the engineering department met with the contractor, repaved portions of DeWitt Terrace that failed over the winter. We anticipate the work to be done either the weeks of June 27th or July 5th, following the closing of schools. The pre-construction meeting for the septic tank system at the Animal Control Police and Pistol Range was held on June 17th. It's expected construction will start by mid-July and be completed in 2 weeks. There are 2 resolutions on tonight's agenda, 186 and 187 for the city to remain in the Union County Community Development Block Grant Program. In addition, consent agenda number 7 reports that the receipt of additional $537,000 in grant funds for the years of 2011-2012. This brings the amounts of funds received since 1977 to $19,173,060, submitted by George Vertek, the city engineer. From the Construction Code Department, the following fees have been collected for May 2011. and turned over to the Treasurer's Department in the amount of $81,867. There were 186 permits issued and 116 certificates processed. Sincerely, Frank Gondowski, Construction Code Official. I just want to, now that summer is upon us, encourage the children and adults to utilize the parks and park recreation programs we have throughout the city. They're exceptional. We have good programs for kids to go during the day, to come and go as they please, or the day camps, and to please visit the promenade and visit our many concert that's provided for the city. And I wish everybody have a great summer. And if anybody has a question and sees anything throughout the ward, I mean, I walk around as much as I can with my daughters and my wife, and I take notes on things that I see that needs to be fixed. I try to get to every place, but sometimes I can't get to everything, and I have to rely on other constituents and people to notice things, to bring to my attention so we can get it fixed and beautified. This concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalabas. Councilman Kozio.
Thank you, Council President. I could vouch for that. I see Councilman Kalabas walking around all the time doing his job. I report every month on the West Elizabeth Avenue Flood Control Project, and to speak to Mr. Doney's point, and I don't see Mr. Doney in the audience anymore, speaking about infrastructure, this is something that desperately needs to be done to curb flooding in the Bradford, Lexington, and Marion vicinity. And I understand now the project will be bid in June. Is that correct, George? Advertised in June. And hopefully awarded in July, and work to commence hopefully in late summer or early fall. Utility work is going on presently at Bradford Avenue, at West Elizabeth Avenue, where the installations of monitoring wells for Merck. These wells are being required by the NJDEP to further delineate the extent of groundwater contamination and gather additional data to evaluate Merck's ongoing groundwater recovery efforts. Merck is required to install a set of 3 deep bedrock monitoring wells in Linden following this location. Neighborhood residents are concerned about the duration of the project, but the tentative schedule has the work being completed by the end of July, and I'm going to contact a few residents as early as tomorrow who were inquiring about why it's taking so long. I'll be submitting a list of streets to be repaired to the engineering department this week. I know I had put a list in the last several years, and definitely the slabs that have not been taken care of will be. If you have a sidewalk slab which you consider hazardous that I haven't seen, please contact me and I'll inspect it for inclusion on the list. Item 2011-188 in tonight's agenda allows for subsurface testing and investigations along Lumber Street between Blanky and Price in preparation for the installation of a new sanitary sewer. I keep mentioning the condition of Second Ward streets. I've asked the DPW to be more thorough in their efforts to clean ward streets and catch basins in our area, and focus on cleaning Wood Avenue especially. We discussed last night the street and sidewalk conditions, overflow of garbage receptacles, etc. When it's not clean, it sends a negative message to business owners and those who shop downtown. I'm out early. I'm out Saturday morning, Sunday morning, very early, and maybe I catch it at a bad time without a lot of cars, but when it's not upkept, it's very visible, and it's not attractive. So, we're going to hope those efforts continue. As part of the Union County Community Development Revenue Sharing Committee, paving projects for 2011-2012 will be resurfacing sections of Bradford, Lexington, and West Price, and work should begin next spring. Pre-construction meeting was held recently on the paving of West Blanky Street in the Second Ward from Stiles to Amon Terrace, and work should begin shortly. I tried to get some progress of the decal parking initiative in the Second Ward, but I could not get a hold of Sergeant Popolski today. We'll have a report next month. Agenda item 5533 allows for prohibited parking on designated portions of West Blanky and Lumber in effort to improving the line of sight issues that exist in this particular intersection. A little bit about the Committee of Consolidation and Restructuring. We heard some of that tonight prior to the introduction, or I should say the budget. The Committee in Chief Bavona met in preliminary meeting last week to discuss current ranks and staffing and deployment of Linden Police Department personnel. After receiving current personnel documentation, the committee will again meet to review all uniformed and non-uniformed positions. Just a little bit about the departmental consolidation status. There has been a wide range of reaction over Council's approval of the reorganization of our departmental structure, focusing on a leaner, more efficient workforce, and the consolidating and optimizing supervision and non-vital positions. The focus the past several years has been to reduce the size and the cost of our municipal government. That's the sentiment of almost every resident who pays taxes in this city, and we all heard it before November last year. Due to diminishing corporate and industrial ratables, the burden has fallen on the homeowner, and they simply can't continue to bear the burden. We looked within and made some tough decisions, which were not popular with those used to the status quo, but the cost of government has to stabilize. Civil service titles must match job duties. Compensation must be commensurate with the labor performed. And departmental accountability must increase. If anybody has any questions as to the efforts of those involved in the restructuring of our government, please contact me or any member of the committee. We, to dovetail, the development of a neighborhood beautification ordinance. I think Councilman Pichelle and I last night almost had the same idea. Simultaneously, we were talking about the condition of the streets, talking about some of the abandoned homes in town and the grass getting higher, and just what used to shine just doesn't shine anymore when when you go around some of the neighborhoods, some of the homes. And I'd like to work with fellow members of council to research and develop a municipal beautification ordinance. Many municipalities have it, to preserve and enhance the integrity of our neighborhoods. I downloaded a few models which are extensive, and I think it's something that we could look at, incorporate into our government, and make sure that the homes are kept properly, businesses are kept properly. We had some talk about garbage on the avenue when there's garbage. It's unsightly. So just to make sure that people are keeping their properties clean. The DPW continues to landscape empty and abandoned homes around the city, and doing so, liens are placed on the property for the cost of the services. If any Second Ward residents identify a property that, again, I may not have seen, they believe to be empty or abandoned, need maintenance, please contact me. There will be a Clean Communities program this year. You'll hear more about it as we go down, enabled by an adjustment grant funding from the DPW. I have 2 spots open, ages 15 to 19. I will go back through my list of people who have called, who I've had to tell we weren't going to have a work program this year. This work is Monday through Friday. This is work. This is not office work. This is outside maintenance work beginning in early July, and the program will run until the funding runs out. So please contact me if you're interested, either by phone or on my by email. Again, Mr. Doney had left, and he was very gracious when he came up to speak, and I think the person who laid down the gauntlet was myself. We met at a Board of Education meeting, and we always get into a little spirited debate about things going on, but George is on the money when it comes to infrastructure, and I think nobody knows that more than Mr. Brown and myself. We represent different parts of the city that spread out from Wood Avenue that are the oldest part of the city, with Linden celebrating its 150th anniversary. If you look at any maps of the city, you will see that all of the residential and businesses started in that corridor and spread out. Price Street, Blanky Street, Henry Street, Elm Street, and into Peters Ward. We have sewers that are over 110 years old. And when I first became a councilman, I sat with members of the Public Works Committee and learned from people like Steve Cohen, from Walter Facchetti, and Steve Gassler, who know the sewer systems, who taught me why we're having flooding, who taught me where we should have oversized mains and laterals. I didn't know what a protruding lateral was. What is that? But I learned, and then when you go to a resident who's having a problem, you could speak intelligently about it and explain to them why they're having a problem. You look down some of the sewers. Some of the sewers aren't concrete; they're actually brick, and the mortar has totally diminished. It's totally gone. So when we have sewer problems, we understand that we have serious infrastructure problems, not just the roads that George spoke of, but we have serious issues that we have to be more proactive about. We have to fund a little bit better, but we're in a reactive mode, which is not the way to be. But I wish George was here to speak more about it. Lastly, I'd just like to speak about the 150th anniversary, quickly. If you've been to the library, you saw a small display. It will change soon. We're going to put out memorabilia as we can. These just came in today. These will, if you go up and down Wood Avenue, I hope you do, and you look up, you will see, the SID committee has banners on the light posts, and you'll see ones that look like this too, the same design. These are posters that just came in. We have a couple of hundred. We're going to be putting them all over town to raise awareness for the 150th anniversary The Linden Society for Historic Preservation President Lauren Yates is working very hard. We're having meetings every month at the Linden Library, a showcase which is going to house all of the material someday. And if you're interested in the history of Linden and you'd like to join, I believe it's the first Monday. No, it's the last Monday of the month, and it follows the library board meeting at, I think, 7 o'clock. But it's on Linden, I want to say TV 36, Channel 36. Mayor, Linden TV? Linden TV. Linden TV, that's the correct. There is information on there about the meetings, and if you want to, get into it and celebrate the history and learn a little bit more about the town, please join us. Okay? End of report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Councilman. I want to first like to thank Public Works. I know there's a few people here in the audience. Throughout the month, I've called in regards to trees that need to be trimmed, as well as grass that need to be cut. I know right now they're short manpower, and I believe last night they told us there's about 40 properties that are basically abandoned that they need to cut. And I know Councilman Sheehy, he's working on that, addressing that issue, how we can get this resolved. I want to thank the police chief as well. Within the last month, I've met with him and some of his lieutenants and captains in regards to traffic issues in our ward. And the chief and the police department have been very responsive, where they've set up speed traps, I would say, on Clark and on Walnut, and have been driving throughout the ward. And I want to thank them for their efforts that they're making as well. And I want to thank Councilman Purcell because I commute to the train station, and if you see those signs on Wood Avenue about slowing down or stopping for pedestrians, that's due to Councilman Purcell's effort to get those signs out there. Now, some of the business that we're working on, last night I talked about a noise ordinance. Hopefully we can get something drafted next month. In my ward alone, we have construction going on Hussa as well as on East Elizabeth. I know a few residents have called me in regards to construction starting as early as 7 o'clock. That's waking them up. And so that's something that we will be addressing. Also, like Councilman Kozel has been talking, we're going to be addressing Wood Avenue as far as making sure that's being upkept, is looking clean. We want to get those issues situated. Within the last couple of weeks, I've also walked through the ward, have taken pictures and listed sidewalks that need to be replaced. This week, I will be forwarding that information to our engineer to make sure that we get some sidewalks repaved. Lastly, I just want to say, former mayor, you mentioned the city administrator. I completely agree with you. We have been talking amongst ourselves, some of the council members, in how we can pursue that. There is a difference between a city administrator and a business administrator. In our form of government, we can have a city administrator, and in Union County alone, Summit is a town that has the same structure as we do, the same form of government, and they have a city administrator. This is something that we've actually looked at and drafted with various council members here, where we would like to change our ordinance in order to have a city administrator. Because you're absolutely right, and the residents who've mentioned it, you need someone who is a professional, who has a degree, to help us basically set Linden in the right direction. And so hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have some type of ordinance in place where we can present the idea of a city administrator, because Linden, in my opinion, you're right, it does need it. End of report.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Armstead?
Yes, Mr. President. I have the following items I'd like to report on. First of all, I'd like to thank Al McDonald. We have been working with Al over the last few months to get the lights back on in Dr. King Park. And so finally the lights are on. The lights had been off for quite some time because there was some vandalism that had taken place. And we were reluctant to turn them back on because we felt for the safety of the children. But Al and I both agreed that we shouldn't punish good children for the actions of bad children. And we're going to be watching and monitoring the lights and making sure that, we don't have any problems there. I'd like to report on the paving work that's going on in my ward right now. We began work on East Henry Street from Bauer to McCandless. We started replacing the sidewalks. That's complete. From Van Buren, from Bauer to McCandless, all the sidewalks have been replaced, those that were in need. And we're soon to begin on Middlesex Street as soon as school lets out from Bauer to McCandless with the replacement of sidewalks. And we will do the paving sometime in July on those 3 streets. Also, we will be continuing to address the sidewalks in the 4th Ward. We will be completing our list hopefully within the next couple of days to forward that to George Verchick in engineering. I'd like to report on clean communities. We will be hiring 2 children each. Each councilman will be allowed to hire 2 children each to work in the Clean Communities program. This is the only summer jobs program that we have. The other summer jobs program had been eliminated, and I think a lot of it had to do with budgetary constraints in the state of our city at this current time. But I do feel, however, that the onus of responsibility falls on this council to make sure that we can provide summer jobs for our youth, not just the Clean Communities program. I think we really have to take a good look and have some sort of summer jobs initiative that this council should all engage in to try to hire our young people, because we could do more at preserving our future when we try to help our youth out and get them established with jobs and employment. With that, I'm going to move into some of the more technical reports. I have the following report. The following licenses and permits and manuscripts, I'm sorry, my glasses on. The following licenses, permits, and transcripts issued in the city clerk's office during the month of May and fees received have been turned over to the municipal treasurer, the city of Linden. 232 birth, death, and marriage transcripts for $3,405. 30 marriage licenses for $750. 1 domestic partnership civil union for $25. 22 miscellaneous revenues for $65.59, 5 bingo raffles for $100, 191 EDRS vital statistics for $2,955, interest on city clerk accounts for 23 cents, 1 burial permit fee for $5, with a total of total transactions of $7,398.82. Approval is requested for the following personnel and finance actions. Number 1, in the Department of Public Property and Community Services, the acceptance of the resignation of Charles Slater, Recreation Maintenance Worker, Tier 2, effective May 27, 2011. Number 2, in the Department of Public Works, the acceptance of an unpaid FMLA leave of absence for Jeffrey Holmes from June 9, 2011 to June 10, 2011. I'm sorry, till July 10th, 2011. Number 3, the approval of a paid leave of absence for Diane Fratello from May 17th, 2011 through May 31st, 2011. Number 4, the lateral transfer of Dana Visconti from Central Dispatch at her present salary of $47,816, title change to Clerk 2, effective August 1st, 2011, to fill the anticipated vacancy which will be created by the anticipated retirement of Sharon Cifello. Number 5, in the Police Department, the acceptance of a voluntary personal leave of absence without pay for Officer Wagriznek from August 1st, 2011 through March 30th, 2012, subject to ratification of an agreement between Officer Wagriznek and the city. Number 6, in the Police Department, the appointment of Salvatore Bavona as Provisional Police Chief effective July 8, 2011 at the annual salary of $149,437. Number 7, in the Police Department, the acceptance of the resignation of Anthony Guerrez as a per diem public safety telecommunicator. Number 8, in the Police Department, the transfer of Bart Glab from Parking Enforcement Officer to Public Safety Telecommunicator to replace the vacancy created by the retirement of Joan Kozlowski at the present salary of $40,443 effective July 1st, 2001. Number 9, in the Police Department, the hiring of 3 police officers effective July 15th, 2011, pending successful completion of all applicable examinations per PBA contract due to the vacancies created by the retirement of police officers William Knapp and police officer Andrew Spano, and by the vacancy created due to the unpaid leave of absence of police officer Vincenzo Wagresnik. Number 1, Derek Lou Slowinski, $44,690. Number 2, Lori Ann Charles, $44,690. And number 3, James Stewart Mazzaro, $44,690. Number 10, personnel required to carry out the Department of Public Property and Community Services seasonal program. The list is on file in the Treasurer's office. Number 11, the personnel required to carry out the Department's Clean Communities program. The list is on file in the Treasurer's office. And for number 11, I just want to mention that due to the lateness of the commitment of this governing body to that program, the fact that we're going to have that list on file in the Treasurer's office, the council members will be allowed to submit those names, of course, this week and next week. And of course, if anything doesn't work out, one of your individual workers, you can just provide us with the name, and we'll replace it without having to take another formal vote on it, because of it would be unfair to the children to hold them up for another month without being able to work. So we're going to give you that latitude to give us that information. Number 12, personnel required to carry out the Department of Public Works Services seasonal programs. The list is on file in the Treasurer's office. Number 13, the payment of bills totaling $1,128,997.40. The bills have been signed by the Mayor, Council President, and Finance Chairman, and a detailed check register and vouchers are on file in the Clerk's office. Number 14, we are in receipt of investments made by the City Treasurer for the month of May at a rate of 0.75%. I move for approval and ask for a second.
Motion, please.
I didn't get a second.
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 Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
I vote yes on items 1 through 8 and 10 through 14. I'm not going to support number 9 because I would immediately hire 3 individuals off the Rice list, which would get laid-off officers on the streets within a matter of weeks. On number 9, I vote no.
Brown?
I vote yes on all except for number 9. Again, with number 9 is that we have 2 options. We can hire officers right now that live in Linden. 2 out of 3 of the officers that are on the Rice list live in Linden. We can get them on the streets immediately as opposed to waiting about a year. I know residents right now in my ward, they want to see police officers on the streets, and that's what's important to me, is getting police officers on the streets now. So no on number 9.
Armstead?
I vote yes on the entire package, and I will comment on number 9. The 3 individuals who we are voting for are Linden residents. They have been Linden residents for as long as I can remember. I'm not so certain that the members on that Rice list have been members or residents in this town for any length of time. I feel there's an upside to hiring individuals who have a connection to our community, and I think that is the case with these 3 individuals. All of them have, again, been members of our community. I feel that, one of the things that has led Linden down the path that we're on now is that we don't have that Linden first mentality that we used to have years and years ago. And believe me, I've been here for quite some time. I can remember a time when 95% of the police department was from Linden, when 90% of the students, when 90% of the teachers in this town were from Linden, when all your janitors were from Linden. It was a beautiful town. I mean, and Linden still can be a beautiful town. We've got some growing pains to do, but I just feel that we are much better off hiring individuals who are here in our town. All 3 of these individuals, background checks have been done on all 3 of them. Mr. Slowinski is a corrections officer for Union County. Lori Ann Charles is a member of our community. Her mother and father attend church in our community, and herself, along with her family. She is quite honestly poised to make history in this town. We've never had a woman of color appointed to our Linden Police Department, and I think not only is she qualified, but we have an opportunity to make history in Linden. I go back to when I was a child, a young man in town, and I remember the excitement in the Armstead family when my Uncle Joe became a detective in town. It was exciting. I mean, and he was a part of our community, and we loved it. And there were others. It wasn't just Uncle Joe. There was Sterling West. There was a number of gentlemen from our community. We had James Chapman in Linden, another member of my family. I can't even begin to tell you the kind of excitement when we saw these individuals from our community who were hired, and they brought to the table something that was just a little bit different. I mean, because, these officers could see you misbehaving, and they didn't have to lock you up. They could just tell you, go home, because they knew you. So I think that we have, I would hate to see us miss an opportunity to hire 3 people from Linden who we know live in Linden and go to a Newark list, a Rice list, that was put, and they call it the Rice list because Senator Rice put this list together. And as politicians, I'll be honest with you, quite honest, sometimes we have our own selfish intentions, okay? When they were laying off cops in Newark, Senator Rice, in his infinite wisdom, decided, hey, I can do something, for my laid-off police officers who happen to vote for me. I'll put a bill on the table so that other municipalities can hire them. Okay, and that's good. I feel for those officers who got laid off, but unfortunately, I feel for these 3 who are on the list, who've been waiting on the list, and now the list is about to expire, and we have an opportunity to hire them. I think we should. Now, last month we hired, a few months back we hired 3 police officers from the Rice list. Okay, and we felt there was a need to hire them to help expedite the process of getting them on the street. However, I do feel that it's not fair to the 3 individuals on the list now, who are the next 3, that we should continue hiring from that Rice list. I believe that we should give these 3 individuals every consideration. They are from Linden. We know they're from Linden. We do know that some of those other individuals on the Rice list, they say they're from Linden, but just how long have they lived in Linden? That is the question, okay? So again, I'm voting for everything on the personal and finance agenda. My vote is yes for all.
Thank you.
Cosby Hurling.
You can do whatever you want. It's your party. You can try if you want to.
So tell me that. I'm just going to vote no for number 9 and abstain from number 10.
And the rest?
Sadowski.
I vote yes on everyone except number 9. Number 9, I vote no. And the reason is, I think, according to the police, we do need police on the streets. And by going with the 3 other people who are policemen, they will be on the streets quicker, they will give a little bit more safety, and they will save us a little bit of money too, which is the main thing. But I think the main thing is safety, and from what I hear, they need the policemen right away. Thank you.
Sheehy.
Yes, sir. I vote yes on all of them. I want to explain why I want to vote yes on number 9. We passed over these 3 individuals last time. They've been waiting on this list for 3 years to get on our department. And the other reason I'm voting yes is because we have one of the most versatile police departments there is. And the only thing we're lacking is a black woman. And we do have a lady here that is more than qualified. The people that interviewed, the staff that interviewed her liked her. And that was one thing with Chief Boyle when he was here. He praised how versatile we were in our community. And I think this candidate would be a compliment to our police department. And I vote yes. Thank you, sir.
Yemakaitis.
I vote yes on numbers 1 through 10 with the, numbers 1 through 14 with the exception of number 9. I think we need to put Linden first. And putting Linden first, everybody turns on their news every morning or every evening. You see the unemployment rates. These 3 individuals, to my knowledge, have employment currently. We have, to my knowledge, what we've been told, 2 Linden residents that are on the unemployment line. They're trained police officers. They could be out on the streets within 6 weeks. Hearing from my community, we need more police presence, and that's what I would like to see. The sooner, the better. So there may be another day that these 3 can come up. We'd be more than willing to hire them, but at the present time, I believe we need to put Linden residents first, hire off that rice list, get them off the unemployment line.
Frazier?
Thank you. I vote yes on all, and particularly I'd like to also comment on 9. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Armstead. I think he said it very, set forth that these are 3 young people who have been background checked by a lieutenant and a police officer, a thorough background check. We definitely know, and it's confirmed that they do live in Linden. They've been on the civil service list for some time. The list is, I believe, soon to expire. They've been waiting, and at the same time, I feel that they are the young people. We know they're from Linden, and they should be given that opportunity. With regards to the personnel who is right, my colleague on my left says that she has heard that they are Linden residents. I asked the police officers, did you investigate them? No, there's no investigation. So, quite frankly, we don't know indeed if indeed they are Linden residents and for what period of time. The other thing, too, I heard that it was cheaper to hire the rice people. That's not true. These are young recruits. Their salary is $44,690 starting out. If you're going to hire the rice personnel, you're going to pay considerably more. So I think that what we're doing a disservice to these 3 young people who we definitely know are Linden residents and who have a paternalism, a feeling for the city of Linden. And particularly after you're here for such a time, good Lord willing, you develop that. So that is my comment on number 9, and I'm sorry that my colleagues have not addressed that completely. Thank you.
Rochelle?
No on number 9, yes on everything else.
Mr. Moore?
Yes on all. On number 9, we had a presentation and conference by Lieutenant Perham, who indicated that they had conducted over 100 hours of background checks on these individuals and the Lindenites. And if you live in the town, you're going to be working in the town, you'll be going to the supermarket, you're a police officer, you'll be more protection for us around the clock. Yes on all.
The Personnel and Finance Report is approved except for item number 9, which is defeated.
Public comments will be permitted for those specific resolutions to be removed from the consent approval. I'm sorry. Mrs. Cosby, Shawna Cosby Hurley had a problem with your vote?
I'd just like to clarify also that my vote was yes to all, abstention on 10, and no to 9, just for the record.
Thank you for that clarification. Mayor's report.
We didn't do the council.
What happened?
Did you give your report?
Councilwoman Cosby. Shawna Cosby Hurley.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So for my report, first let me congratulate my colleagues who were successful in their primary elections, and I'm looking forward to working with you once you get through the November primaries as well. I also want to congratulate the newly elected and re-elected committee people for the 5th Ward as well as the City of Linden. in our ward, we intend to use the people in our districts as the leaders, so that if I miss something or don't see something, they could be a go-to person for the residents in their specific district. So congratulations to those that were re-elected and newly elected. Philip Ransom, Elijah Johnson, Nancy Cobbliss, Patricia LaPlaca, John LaPlaca, and I think that's it. We had a community meeting on June the 14th, and I want to thank everyone who did attend. We had departments come out. We had the social service department, community and public property department was there, health department was there. We had our grant writer, Greener by Design, who was there, our shade tree commissioner, and the police department. So I appreciate you guys for all coming, giving the valuable information to the members of our community, and I'm looking forward to having our next meeting on October 11th, which we planned once the schedule is approved, at the same location, Multipurpose Center. And we've invited other members of the city as well as the Board of Education. I want to just thank the Department of Public Works, the sign department, and every other person in the city that is working to get rid of the grass, the overgrown properties, and the health department for making those contacts and getting those people out to either make the cuts or, we'll do it internally and lean the properties. I do want to ask that my neighbors have patience, because you can see it, it's there, it can be weeks until they get to it. Right now, we have a forest on Union and Chandler. It's a priority, and everyone knows about it. We're trying to get to that as soon as possible. I want to make a special mention to our sanitation workers who come out every week. They ride the same streets. They actually reported that they hadn't seen trash from one of our neighbors on Alexander, and I reached out to her. She was perfectly fine, but I appreciated their concern for our neighbors. She was in the hospital, but she had come home, so that's the reason she did not have any trash. But again, those observations like that from the city workers that travel the city every day are important, and it makes a difference. So I appreciate the sanitation workers for their observations. Yeah, they did a good job. I appreciate them. I'm waiting to actually get with our traffic department to get a study, which we've been waiting to get for crosswalks over by the senior citizens. And I know that it's a process that we have to go through. We want to be able to have our disabled neighbors and our senior citizens cross safely when they go over to Peach Orchard Park, because they do their Tai Chi there, they walk, around the track and things like that. And I see a lot of them with their walkers pushing all the way down to Grant or all the way down to Cranford, just so they are safe when they cross the street. So I'll have more information on that once I get the traffic study done. If you know that there's a tree in your street in front of your house, and it's a city tree, and you feel like it needs to be trimmed, give me a call. We'll add you to the list if it is indeed requiring tree trimming. Sidewalks, only if the sidewalk is damaged by a city tree will the city repair that. You can report that as well. And with Mr. Roman's block, as well as any other block that you might see any divots, like I know we have an issue on Charles Street with lots and lots of potholes. We're also waiting to get repairs on Garfield. Please call me, and I'll get that information over to our Public Works Department, and we'll add you to the list. We will be having a Unity Day, which is going to be planned for late August. I'll give you guys more information on that at next month's meeting. My next office hours is going to be this Friday at Multipurpose Center, 3:30 until 5:30. You don't need an appointment, just come by. If you can't come by, feel free to give me a call, 908-477-4120, or send an email to our Cosby Hurling at linden-nj.org. And let me just make sure I got everything. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you. I just have a few notes here. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, we went down with the mayor to Elizabeth concerning Route 19, the corridor. And basically, the meeting was on safety. And a real short synopsis of this. They consider, say from Rawway, or Elizabeth, excuse me, to Rawway, a very dangerous spot. Some of the things they were talking about was lights where they have countdowns so you know how long it takes you to cross the street. Now, we have St. Teresa's Church in my ward, people crossing one side to the other, they're afraid to cross unless there's a policeman there, like on Sundays. They're supposed to have counters. Also, they talked about traffic blocking the intersections. One of the suggestions was one of those blocks, boxes like they have in New York City. Don't get caught in the middle of the box. If you do, you get a ticket. The other thing was cars stopping for the lights and blocking the intersections. They're trying to improve that with the lights. They talked about sidewalks along that way, and very dangerous. You have the park there, you have the skateboard park, and like I said, I've seen people, I hate to say this, stop on the highway, let their children off, and they climb the fence to go to the skateboard park, which is right there. I mean, that's ridiculous, but it does happen. But they are working on it, and like we kidded around, we may be dead by the time they fix it, but they are trying to fix it. So there's at least a little bit light at the end of the tunnel. Let's see. If you noticed on Linden and Wood Avenue, right by the school, they just put up a no turn on red sign. The sign was supposed to be up there. It came down. We checked the ordinances, and we had it put up. The complaint was from the principal that even though the crossing guard was there, cars and trucks were making right on red even though they were stopping it. But now, with the sign, I hope it will alleviate that and make it a little bit safer. What else? At the corner of Woodlawn and the highway, Route 1, for the last week or so, there's been construction. It's been blocked off. They are putting in new sewers. Also, the gas company there is putting in new lines. Also, for the 6th Ward and the St. Teresa section, we had the gas lines put in last summer. If there's any problems, they are coming back this summer. By that I mean if you had bushes that were destroyed or the lawn, they will come back and fix that for you. What else? Just the other day, or yesterday, or today, we found out about the 2 job openings that we have. I've had people call, I have a list of at least 10 to 12 people for summer jobs, and I've been telling them that we don't have any. So now, with the knowledge that we do have 2 jobs, starting tomorrow, I will call down the first ones who called in and try to get them filled. So, but I do have a list of 12 to 15 people already. The GM property, or Duke property, whatever you want to call it, according to what they said, they will start some kind of movement this summer. But like I said, I really hope they do. They've been telling us that, I don't know how many months now. It was in the fall, then the winter, now this summer. So I'm hoping they will have it. I've been walking around the ward, or I bicycle around the ward, one side of the highway to the other. If I see people out, I talk to them and ask for their suggestions. If you see me, please feel free to stop me and talk to me. Last thing, I'm liaison with the senior citizens. And over the year, we talked to the senior citizens, and with the taxes and with everything else, a lot of them are upset. And like I said, I find that sometimes they call me up and all they want to do is talk. Talk to someone and get it out. If you have a problem, I don't know whether you're in my ward or not, makes no difference, please give me a call and maybe we could talk things out and straighten it out or get you any kind of help. But I've noticed that just by talking to someone, they feel better. Last one. With the summer coming, please be careful of the children out there and yourself, and please have a good summer. Thank you. That ends my report.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sheehy?
Thank you, sir. From the DPW committee, we will be hopefully we'll be purchasing a new garbage truck tonight. Our fleet is in poor shape, to say the best. We haven't bought a garbage truck in a couple years. This garbage truck is not the one with the arm that we were talking about. Financially, we're not ready to convert, over to the one-arm garbage trucks. We had a great discussion on picking up the leaves, and we weighed the pros and cons on our leaf collection. We're going to continue to do the way we're doing it, with putting the bags for the citizens to bag them and put them out to the street. We weighed all the pros and cons, and we're going to continue to pick up the leaves with the loaders. We do a lot better job, and since we have our own landfill, we make our own topsoil. It was beneficial to us. And the committee and Public Works feels it's the best way of doing it. The grass problems. I would say in my ward, I know my ward for sure, it's throughout the whole city. The ones in the 7th Ward are recorded with the health department. We are just so far behind, we're short manpower to begin with. So what we discussed is we're going to put it out to private. Hire private landscapers. What we're looking into, hiring private landscapers to do this job, because we're getting overwhelmed. Our staff is basically, to do the parks and our properties just to keep up with them. And right now, we have so many other properties that we have to deal with. I mean, we have a lot of hay fields in this city right now, and it's a bug problem, a varmint problem, and believe you me, we are looking into it. And government is slow, so bear with us, but it hasn't fallen on dead ears. We are working on it. And I agree with Mr. Doney, the paving, it's tough, especially in my ward. We deal with a lot of truck traffic. They will be paving Lower Road, a section of Lower Road. I think it's from 20th Street to Tremley Point Road, and we'll be paving 15th Street. And we did put in, I see Mr. Heiser here, he's the guy that patches our potholes. He's been patching these potholes on Southwood Avenue for the last 2 years. So there's grants available to pave our heavy streets, and as of yesterday, we put Southwood Avenue on the list, especially between 14th and 16th Street. And let me get to my volunteers of the month. Memorial Day was another great success. Myself, I wish we would have more participation, from our citizens. These guys every year come out. I mean, Ron Stefanowitz is out there, Jimmy Wise, Mo from the VFW, and Jeff from the American Legion every year. I mean, please, if you have anybody that's been in the military or a relative, please come out and support these guys. Mr. Villani donates a bus every year. He'll cart you around on air. And actually this year, everybody knows Hector Torres from the Village Bakery. Hector volunteered his time to drive the bus around. Thanks, Hector. And what else? And I'd like to congratulate our new chief, Sal Bavona. We didn't vote on it yet, but I'd rather congratulate him now. This guy's a chief. Just look at him. He's our man. And that's about it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Sheehy. Councilwoman Yamakaitis?
Thank you, Mr. President. From the Fire Prevention Bureau, the Fire Prevention Bureau collected a total of $3,722.81 for the month of May 2011. During the month of May, the fire department responded to 404 calls for assistance, including 9 fires, 160 EMS ambulance calls, and 104 EMS first responders calls. I am also in receipt of the following 2 letters of donations. It was addressed to Mrs. Zach. Enclosed, please find a donation check received by the Linden Fire Department from the family of Charles F. Sayer in his memory in a total amount of $205. Kindly deposit these checks into the Fire Department donations account number 1TR999111. And the other one is also addressed to Mrs. Zach. Enclosed, please find a donation check received by the Linden Fire Department from Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Taco in a total amount of $15. Kindly deposit these checks into the Fire Department donations account number 1TR999111. I make a motion that we accept these donations and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Kosiel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead? Yes. Cosby Hurling? Yes. Zadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamikaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Also this evening, there was a request from the floor to receive the total number of fires for 2010. I had that in my January report, but off the top of my head, I don't have the exact number, so I will have that for the residents for next month. From the library, the Friends of the Linden Library will be holding a tricky tray at St. Elizabeth of Hungary Church in Linden on Saturday, October 22nd. The proceeds from this tricky tray will be used to defray costs associated with interior furnishings, computers, and the circulation system of the new library. The Friends of the Linden Library are seeking monetary or product donations. If anyone is interested in making a donation, please call Joanne at 925-7963. Again, I'll repeat that number. It's 925-7963. For the 8th Ward report, I'm very happy to report that street resurfacing is tentatively scheduled for Brunswick Avenue for the week of July 5th. I'd like to thank our engineer, George Burchick, for working to get this done during a major holiday week where a lot of the businesses will be closed down for vacation, employees will be gone. But I'd like to ask that the residents of the 8th Ward and anyone else using that area be aware of detours and possible increased traffic through the neighborhood. Again, that's tentatively the week of July 5th. I'd like to also thank the Public Works road crew for working almost every week on patching numerous potholes. They were the size of craters on Brunswick Avenue from all the truck traffic. And I really want to thank you for your efforts in doing that. On tonight's agenda, consent item number 7 was approved for the paving of Malcolm Place and Peter Street in the 8th Ward. The resurfacing is being done under the Union County Community Development Grant Program for this year. And also, the city will, as many of my colleagues mentioned, the city will be replacing sidewalks damaged from trees. If anyone has a sidewalk that needs to be repaired from tree damage, please give me a call at 925-2309. I'd like to also mention, 2 weeks ago this evening was a Democratic primary. I want to thank the 8th Ward voters for their continued support. I am overwhelmed with gratitude for your confidence in me, and I will continue to work my hardest on your behalf. There are plenty of people that I would like to thank. My committee people in the 8th Ward, the 8th Ward Democratic Club, and in particular our President Patty Murgo and my campaign manager, the City Democratic Club, and all the residents that stood by my side and my families during the campaign. I especially want to thank my family, my husband Luke, and our 2 sons, Danny and Tommy. It was a difficult campaign, and I am thankful for your love and support. I campaigned this spring as I have since I first ran for council, meeting with the voters face-to-face and discussing the issues facing Linden taxpayers. I am proud of my record and will continue to fight for all the 8th Ward residents. I look forward to serving you, and once again, my number is 925-2309. And before I conclude, I just want to congratulate the Linden High School class of 2011 that will be graduating Friday evening. Have a safe graduation. I want to thank the volunteers for the bash. It keeps the kids safe and off the street. So again, congratulations. I wish graduates much success in the future. That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Yamikaitis. Councilman Frazier?
Thank you, Mr. President. As chairman of the Linden landfill, which includes the Hawk Rise Reservation. I'm very, very happy to report tonight that we received a grant from Bayway Avenue LLC, who happens to be doing certain work down at the Linden waterfront, in the amount of $128,000. This be applied to our walkway at Hawk Rise. The walkway, for your information, was started well over a month ago, and thank goodness we now have some very good weather where it's continuing on. I happen to have the opportunity of recently visiting it, and while I was there, I'm very proud to say, within 5 miles as the crow flies, I saw 4 deer, good-sized deer, white-tailed deer, jumping all around. So when this walkway is completed, it'll be approximately a mile long. It'll be in the forested area right off of Lower Road and Range Road, and it'll be something great for people who are keen to and really are environmentally conscious, as well as our students. You'll have the greatest opportunity in the world to see certain animals that you would never believe exist here, but they do. And this walkway is going to be hosted by the Audubon Society, New Jersey Audubon Society, as well as the Board of Education, our own Board of Education, which they have already collected a lot of data which will indicate the type of animals and plants that exist in this particular area. So it, again, when it's, hopefully it'll be finished well prior to the end of the year, and I recommend each and every one of you who want to utilize it, please. This walkway right now has, and it's something that I always knew that the landfill someday would be a diamond in the rough, and it's starting to emerge that way right now. I had recently gotten a call from Keene University. They're interested in our walkway, and they'd like to visit us, and this will be one of the instructors along with the professor. So I don't know if they're interested in a partnership of some sort. I certainly will look forward to it, and I'm going to look forward to a meeting with them. In addition to that, too, I've gotten calls from a couple of companies, energy companies, that are very interested in putting solar panels on top of the landfill. Remember, that's a 65-acre landfill. And so right now it's coming to fruition where a number of firms and people are interested. And as I said before, we're going to be quite surprised how this certainly works out, and I'm sure it's going to be a tremendous benefit for the city of Linden. To move on right now to my ward, the 9th Ward, just wanted to let people know, particularly residents on Dewood Terrace, you probably see some markings on the recently, what was installed last year, pavement, and these are certain repairs that have to be done. So we're not putting in gas lines or anything of that nature. These are just certain standard asphalt pavement repairs that have to be done. As my colleagues also mentioned, I too participate very much in the concrete curb and sidewalk program. So at this particular point, I would say to my constituents in the 9th Ward, kindly call me if you have any sidewalks that you feel should be repaired. Remember, we will only repair those sidewalks that are lifted up by a bona fide city tree, which means that that's the tree planted between the curb and the sidewalk. So my number is 925-0343. For your information, I did a tremendous amount of writing along the ward and collected my own data, but if I missed anyone, kindly call me. Mr. President, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Councilman. I think they should name the walkway after you. You've done such a good job down there. Councilman Puchel.
Okay, we can mention it Fraser Way. There we go.
Not a bad idea.
All the hard work he does. Thank you. With Mr. Workmeister, he made a suggestion about having a city business administrator, and I think that's a great idea, and a couple of council members here agreed. So I'm going to take him up on his offer, and I'd like to get a poll from council, starting with number one, or I'll start over here. I say yes, we should do some research into looking for a business administrator for the city.
At this point, yes, I would say do some research and see what it's about, cost-wise, the whole bit, but I'm not thoroughly convinced yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree, we should do some research into it, see how much it would cost, and how effective it would be. So I support it.
I think we need to look into it. I think the person has to come from out of state. Where he's and take a lot of resumes and set up a committee with the citizens, the taxpayers involved, and we can all pick one instead of politics picking one. End of my statement.
Mr. Sadowski.
Okay, as I said before, I think the city definitely should look into this. Like I said, I've been on here for 3 years, and for 3 years, Mr. Workmeister has been mentioning this, and no one really has listened. Maybe your thing is coming to fruition, and like I said, we definitely should look into it. Nothing wrong with looking into it.
I think that we should take a look at another form of government. Excuse me?
Come on.
Thank you. I think we should take a look into another form of government other than the Wildwood Act we have. I would suggest the Faulkner Act, because what we have now is broken. It's not working. And it's very difficult to run the town with part-time people. Councilwoman.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Armstead.
I agree that we should look into a business administrator. However, like Mr. Council President Moore mentioned, under our form of government, the business administrator would be virtually powerless because the Personal and Finance Committee would have more say than he has. So you'd have to really, really look into it, and you'd have to really think about considering the form of government as well.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Like I said, I say yes. I know I talked to Councilman Sheehy some time ago, and I agree with him. We need someone out of state, whatever. I mean, you know, you want to get the best person for their job, especially if it's a city administrator. One thing I do disagree with is that, you know, you could change the form of government or keep the same. The fact remains that there are other towns that have the same form of government. We have one in our town now. I've done the research that has a city administrator. Now, what happens is that we will have to change our ordinance, creating a department or the position of a city administrator. It's up to the council then to assign what duties we want to give that city administrator, whether it's department head to report that city administrator, or it's up to the municipality. Our state statute allows us to give, take, or give whatever powers you want to the city administrator. So we don't need to wait to change the form of government. We can actually start working and drafting something now. Like I said, I've done the research, and we can have a city administrator, and I think it's time to get the ball moving on it.
Councilman Kozia.
I agree with Peter. First of all, I'd like to preface it by saying I don't believe Linden's broken. I believe it could use some adjustment. I think it could use a little tweaking, so to speak, but those people who came before us, Mayor Workmeister, Mayor Gregorio, all of those up there, we're celebrating our 150th anniversary. We didn't get to be 150 years old by doing things improperly. We're going to hit snags, we're going to hit bumps in the road, but we get by them because we work together to get things done. We're not broken, okay? We're not broken. I agree that we need somebody in that position. In fact, to speak to Mayor Workmeister's point, when the Budget Committee was researching back in January, February, March, during our town hall discussion, it came up. And it was a very viable option. And we dedicated ourselves to do some research. And what we do is, typically, like I mentioned before about the beautification ordinance, you go online and you see what other municipalities do. Some are successful in doing them, but you learn by seeing what other people do. And if they're successful at it, you take that, you modify it, you massage it, you make it your own, and you say, how is it going to work within our form of government? I agree wholeheartedly. I think whether it's a city manager, administrator, if we fashion it the right way, they could be very, very valuable in helping us manage our departments, increase accountability. But it's something I just want to let you know. There wasn't a lot of discussion before, but it has been talked about, it has been seriously considered, and I do agree.
Councilman Colobus.
As I stated before, I think we definitely have to look in the possibility of a city administrator, city manager, business administrator, and look at all aspects of it. So as the council as a whole come up with our vision of what we need and what the qualifications are and how this person will go about city business.
Yes, sir. Come on up. Come on up.
I just would like to first thank all of you, and I had no thought of saying we're going to do this, and we'll decide. What I suggested all along was to contact the League of Municipalities, which you belong to, the secretary, and ask for model contracts for business administrators, managers, whatever you're talking about, and you look at those and see and write a contract, interview people, and then you write what you want him to do. I mean, he's not going to be the boss. You're the boss. But he's going to see that the city runs properly. He can even be the negotiator. And to say that his salary is too high, I don't know that's 175, but even if it is, he'll earn that, believe me. He'll bring that back in spades. And the other thing is that once he is selected, I foresee that your committee would go, he would make recommendations to your committee. Then you would go to the department heads who were affected, and then decide, make the decision what you're going to do. But he's going to be the guy that will know what's going on in the city, and he'll have contacts throughout the state with other business managers. You got 18 in the county, for goodness sake. And if you don't think they talk to each other, you're wrong. But I think you did the right thing, investigate it, find out what it's all about, and I think you'll come out positive. Right. And I like what you said, Rich. We're not broken. We just need to make some changes, that's all. And I think we didn't get this far being wrong. And again, I want to thank the council, President, for your confidence, for your decision. It was a wise one, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Workmeister, I'd like to see a mayor's committee, possibly, of living mayors. I'd like to see a committee possibly form of living prior mayors to look into the situation.
There aren't many left, I'll tell you that. It's Gregorio and me, I think.
And Mayor Gabunka.
Well, you said, I thought retired mayors. But
because if anybody has the experience, the three of you do.
In my interest as the city, it's always been that way. And let me say one last thing before I leave this room.
When I said things broken, there's too much politics involved with the ward system.
If you get a recommendation from a business administrator, he will justify his recommendations. It's not political. He needs all of you to reappoint him. He'll tell you why he's doing it, and he won't be political. He'd be crazy if he was. But I want to say one last thing, and this is not good. I'm offended. I don't see the flags that we had on that back wall, and I've been saying this since the town is, you've got one sad-looking American flag, where in the past we had a big American flag, and the city's flag crossed right on that back wall.
And the seal.
Right?
And the city seal.
So I would like to see that restored, if we got a few dollars in the treasury. And the last thing is, you want to make capitalizing things, you shouldn't be capitalizing little things, $36,000. November 1st, you can get a transfer from any department's budget. Right, Treasurer?
Thank you.
Finance officer, I'm sorry. Okay,
thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Workmeister, for using my time up, but that's okay. But we're looking for a transparent committee, so I'd like to see maybe you on the committee, Mayor, and a couple other residents who want to see a change. So once it's formed, and we could start a study on looking into the city business administrator. Before I forget one thing, I'd like to thank Ron Stefanowitz for coming to our caucus meetings, putting up with us, and answering questions, so thank you so much for that. High grass, everybody mentioned it here, the ward, the appearance. I walk around, not only in my ward, I walk in other wards, and the appearance in some houses, it's disgusting what you see. So what Councilman Cozio was saying is, we're looking into a beautification ordinance. Not only with grass, with the appearance, garbage, unregistered vehicles in the driveway, garbage in the vehicles. We got to bring this appearance of the city back the way it used to be. So we'll be looking at that. Garbage bag, leaf bags, picking up leaves, putting them in bags instead of using buckets, 5 or 6 crew, 6-member crew. I want to see leaves put in a bag. Union does it. I think the Mayor Workmeister said, what is it, 52,000 people there? How big is it? Bigger than Linden, right? And they do it. So I think we should do it. The bag of the leaves go down to the landfill and they get recycled into topsoil. And they're biodegradable. I'd like to thank everyone who came out during the primary. Thank you for your support. And a special thanks to the seniors in the ward who helped so much. God bless them. They were great. And to Chief Pavona, congratulations. You're going to do an excellent job. And to the residents of Morristown, Livingston, Fernwood, all those through streets, I mentioned to the chief about speeders. So he said he's going to take care of that. A few people mentioned between 4 to 6 p.m. So he said he's going to look into it and take care of the situation out there. Oh, and one other thing I'd like to read into the record is a resolution, and I'm going to ask for a second in a minute, a resolution approving the hiring of 3 trained police officers off the Rice list, whereas the chief has determined that there is a need for a hiring of 3 officers to fill vacancies of 3 positions, and whereas the need is immediate, and whereas the Rice list for the re-employment of laid-off police officers permits the city to hire trained police officers. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the City Council of Linden, authorize the hiring of 3 police officers off the Rice list. Motion, I ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
No.
Cozio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
No.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
No.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
No. Here's an
The motion
example
is
of
approved 6-5.
of why I believe the government should be changed. The example. It's too political.
You can talk, Mr. President, it's your party. You run the meeting, you can talk all you want.
Here we go.
How can you tell the council president he can't talk?
The mayor told him in the back.
The mayor told me in the back. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Mr. Pichelle, you done with your report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Council President. I'll be brief. The 8th Ward Councilwoman mentioned about Project Bash or a Project Graduation. That's a fair run by the Mayor's Youth Commission. It's run every year by volunteers. About 20 volunteers give up their time so that the graduates of the class of 2011 could have a safe and fun-filled evening at the Ricochet Racket Club in Edison till 4 o'clock in the morning. They're alcohol and drug-free, and therefore they'll stay out of mischief on graduation night. It's no cost to the city of Linden. All the monies are donated by industry or raised by the Mayor's Youth Commission. And it's a project that stays open till 4 o'clock in the morning
after having the kids have a swimming pool, rock climbing wall, a basketball, dancing area, food all night, and again, just a fun time for the last time they could get together with their graduating class. These are some of the things that the city of Linden does for its youth that go unheralded, especially the volunteers who stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning just for the kids in Linden. So I want to thank everybody, and I'm looking forward Friday night to having another successful project graduation and keeping the kids having a alcohol and drug-free graduation day. End of report, Council President. End of report, Council President.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Mr. Sheehy, could you remove the two resolutions, please?
Sure. Council President, I'd like to remove resolutions 2011-190 and 2011-191 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Has everyone had an opportunity to sign the sheet to speak tonight? Would you please?
Mr. President.
What?
Huh?
Statement on resolution.
Still rude. No, I'm talking about, I'd like to remove number 208. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be fun. This is the fun part.
Public comments will be permitted for those specific resolutions to be removed from the consent approval. Please read the synopsis of the resolutions which have been prepared by the city clerk's office. Each is informative and self-explanatory. However, if you wish to address a specific resolution, the council will entertain questions on it. We removed the two resolutions, 190, 191. Anybody have Patty Hero? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
208.
Mrs. Wilvende?
189 and 211.
Yes, Mrs. Malik? $189. And
190 and 191 were removed.
197. 212.
Oh, my goodness.
And 209. Sir, Paul. 201.
203. Capital budget, 203.
203.
Would you like to speak?
211.
What is your name, sir?
Your name is?
No. Did you just ask for 211? What is your name?
And 203.
207 for Mr. Lindsay, Councilwoman. What number? 207. This is off the consent agenda. Everybody's here for removals. Anyone else from this side? I have a motion on the remainder, please.
Bear with me here. I move to approve resolutions 2011-185 through 2011-213, except 189, 197, 200, 201, 202, 203, 207, 208, 209, 211, and 212. If that's right, I'd like to ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
No on 210, yes on the rest.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2011-189, Mrs. Malik.
I'd just like to get clarification of what this policy is going to include, and what are we going to do about the situation that we currently have in hand about nepotism within our city.
Mr. Roth?
I can provide, and I have no problem getting you a copy tomorrow. I have no problem getting you a copy. It's, the policy is about 3/4 of a page. The policy is an attempt to basically preclude nepotism, not so much in the hiring, because we're a civil service jurisdiction, and civil service says you take who you have to take, 1, 2, or 3, and nepotism is not a category which you would require removal from civil service off a civil service list. But what the policy does do is says that we're not looking to, the city is not looking to condone nepotism, nor...
Excuse me, can you speak louder?
The policy is not looking to condone nepotism in the city. It also sets up procedures that a relative cannot supervise another relative directly. There has to be some level of supervision between the two. They can't evaluate, they can't recommend. The supervisor, who is a department head or supervisor or assistant supervisor, can't recommend promotion, that kind of thing. It would have to be an additional layer of a different layer of like distance between the two. I mean,
I have
policy there, but
someone just gave me a copy of this. But what's going to be the impact retroactive of this policy?
Well, as far as the retroactively, I'm not sure I can do much in terms of civil service line and titles. What we can do is, once this policy is passed, personnel can look at the table of organization, who's supervising who, and if it's possible, well, not possible, we will look to have supervision separated from relatives.
You said we can, so there's no plans, definitive plans to, do something?
I didn't know if it would pass tonight. Things don't always pass anymore.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Okay.
Councilman?
Thank you, sorry. I think back in March, the Budget Committee, again, recommended that we have a nepotism policy, as well as other council members. I know Councilwoman Roshana was involved in this as well. You know, the whole purpose and intent of this is to update this whole, notion of nepotism, where you have supervisors who have family members that are directly underneath them. This is just, I guess, I would say the first and a line of other changes that's going to be made, because, I mean, this is an issue and it's time to start addressing this. I don't know if we can go back and change anything, but at least now and going forward, you know, we have something in place which prevents, you know, this from happening.
Mr. President, if I may.
Mr.
Mr. Malik, and just to dovetail that, when the Consolidation Committee took a look at the table of organizations, we were very concerned about and aware of, as Peter said, the direct line of supervision, so you can get objective evaluations, so that you didn't have a family member in the direct line of supervision. And we weren't looking to reduce anybody's salary, but just, you know, put them in a position where they could be evaluated by somebody who was objective. Okay? And that's what we tried to do. And that was part of that as well, because that has gone on.
I'll take a read of this. Thank you.
Mrs. Hero? Ms. Hero?
I guess it's a start. But I also would like to have a copy of that, if you don't mind, Mr. Roth. I'd really appreciate that. For a long time, it seemed that the policy of nepotism in Linden was if you're kin, you're in. Obviously, that's got to change. Unfortunately, as I said at a previous city council meeting, in most states, nepotism is against the law. In New Jersey, it's like a rite of passage. And I guess with the policy that Mr. Roth has spoken about, that's going to be continuing. It's something I think that was decided in the court level that said that nepotism wasn't a problem. I think it is. But I guess we're going to have to continue to work on that if we want to clean New Jersey of the reputation of being, to quote Bob Inger's book and Sandy McClure's, the Soprano State. So hopefully we will also have something in that policy that's, do we have anything in that policy that details like relative disclosure? Like, for example, I'll just use my family as an example. I used to work for the city of Linden, and at one time, both my uncle and my cousin were both employed by the city of Linden. Would there be anything like that to inform us of who's related to whom in that policy?
There's nothing in the policy that would require some kind of background check in terms of the relatives. However, the policy on paragraph 3 does state that there has to be appropriate screens between reporting mechanisms between a supervisor and a subordinate. So if they fail to disclose that there is some type of relation, they would be in violation of the policy and subject to discipline.
Okay, I guess I'd like to just have that policy expanded, maybe not. Sure. Obviously, if you want to get it passed this evening, that is, if it does pass. But I also think it should be expanded upon so that relatives should be disclosing who their, relatives are, because I think would be very, very helpful. Thanks for your time.
Mr. Moore, can I make a comment?
Mr. Sheehy.
This is an example of what I said before, where this council, this newer council, is moving in the right direction. In the past 3 years that I've been here, we talked about the nepotism policy, and it's finally coming through. And this is a start. We will scrub it, we will look at it, but this is a start. And there has been a lot of conversation and a lot of going back and forth, but we need to quit talking about this stuff and getting it done. And this is an example what this council's doing. We do go back and forth pretty hard on each other, but believe you me, we're turning the corners here. Whoever thought Linden, New Jersey would have a nepotism policy? So, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehy. Mrs. Wolfting.
Diane Wolferding, Morse Avenue. I am thrilled about the start of this because I don't know if you guys remember from about 3 years ago, I just hated the nepotism that was going on in here. We had 2 former council people that had like 5 and 6 family members. I just am so thrilled at the start of this, but Mr. Roth really make it tight. And definitely make sure nobody's supervising anybody else. We still have the problem of cronyism, but it just made me sick that there were people up here that were just getting on council and continuing to hire family members, and that there were no jobs listed, that it was just a tight little community of hiring, within the family. So I am very, very happy on the start of this, so keep it going and tighten it up.
Council President, can I
Yes,
make
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Don't be real happy about it, because the policy does not address elected officials having a relative being hired by the city of Linden. The only thing it addresses is not to have a relative supervising another relative. I think if this governing body is serious with nepotism, we should add a paragraph that no elected official can have an immediate relative, and relative is defined, hired by the city of Linden while they serve as a council person or a mayor. That is a nepotism policy.
Mr. President.
And I would like some councilmen to make that motion to include that paragraph in this policy.
I'll make that motion
Oh, my God.
to add that paragraph into the policy.
I got a question on that first before you even
I
start.
was asking.
We got a question from
No.
Council. You have a question?
I had a statement to the mayor's.
Please make your statement.
In the policy, because I did work with Mr. Roth, it clearly says that no council member can have a relative appointed. Now, to Councilman Armstead, you want people from Linden. If my family lives in Linden, if they're qualified for the job, which it clearly says, they should have an opportunity to apply for the job. So now your family can't work, but your friends can. It just doesn't make sense. So it's in the policy. It does say that they have to go through the same hiring process as any other employee. But we have a hiring freeze. So, the same policy. People on the Board of Ed have family members that they cannot vote on their promotions. Okay, it's the same thing. You're trying to say that people who have relatives in the city where we live and work are ineligible to work for the city if they're qualified. That
That's
doesn't make
what got
sense.
us in trouble in the past
It
with
was
council
abuse, and it was
persons.
appointments. It wasn't
Having their whole
going
families,
through the
having their whole
process.
families employed by the city.
Because it was incorrectly done. They weren't qualified. Like Councilman Sheehy said, you had 75 people gone, and they're not missed, because they weren't doing anything.
Mr. Sheehy, Councilman Sheehy.
Council President?
Yes, sir.
I would like to take this back and let's scrub it.
I think that's a good
Let's not get into
idea.
a Roselle here, and we can go back and scrub it. We got it started, and like I said before.
Let's do it right.
We can add to it.
Council President?
Did he ask to table it? Is that what he did?
Council
Yes, he
President?
did.
Okay, let's vote, Peter.
Let's have a vote on the proposal to table it.
Who was the second?
Second.
Being ignored again?
To table it.
Table.
To improve it, to table it. Mr. Colobus.
Excuse me,
the
Council
table.
President.
This
Why
is-
are we being ignored?
Lou, down this end.
Because did you speak already? No.
Speak
I
into
just
the
wanted
speaker.
to finish saying that that was one of the major problems that I had when council people were up here. Previous people were hiring 4 and 5 members, family members, and that looked like that's why they got their job up here, and that was what was going on. And that disgusts me and a lot of other citizens. So,
Council
when
President?
you're not on council anymore, then you can go and get your
Again,
family
Council President,
members
I'd like to
a
address
job.
this.
But that was upsetting a lot of us citizens, so.
Again, you talk about family, but every time somebody runs, and this is just an example, for example, if the mayor has a candidate for anything, and they're successful or not, they get appointed to something. So when you say in family, who may be qualified and if they go through the process,
No,
then
they
that's not-
shouldn't, because it
I
looks like you
disagree.
got the
I think we
job
should
to
move.
get your
I
family
disagree.
members' positions, and it was really bad
Did
for
you hear
2
him say that we
previous
we're
members.
considered
So that's
part-time?
why I
We
wanted
work hard.
Mr. Roth to continue to work on it.
Council
Council
President.
President?
Mr. Studowski.
Okay, my case is a little different. My son was on the police force before I even thought about coming here. Now, would that mean I couldn't run for office because he's on the police force or he belonged to the city?
You could always make exceptions for...
No, but I'm just saying, but I got elected, to be truthful, because
could
more
always-
people knew him than me.
You could always write in an exception clause in the nepotism policy that if your son or daughter takes a civil service test and comes out, then there's no problem.
Council President, I'd like to speak.
Thank
Who
you.
we got? Mr. Brown?
Thank you. Like I said, this was sent back in March. This is, I think, Mayor, we agreed last night that we both agree on this issue here. I mean, when I campaigned, just me personally, there was no nepotism policy. I agree that I shouldn't have a family member. That's just me personally. I'm never going to ask for a family member to be given a position here. Nevertheless, I mean, I think the consensus is maybe we need to table this, scrub it some more. But
Yes.
I ask that this gets done by next council meeting, because again, we asked for this to get done back in March.
Mr. Roth, will you make this a priority?
Yes, sir. I guess what I'll do is I'll come back to personnel finance and have a discussion with them. But I would ask that Mr. Hudak also take a look at or the law department take a look at the legalities of a nepotism policy as being discussed here in conjunction with civil service rules.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a statement.
Mrs. Yamakatis.
Yes, during my recent campaign, there was a lot of mudslinging. My husband took the brunt of a lot of the negative
Yamakatis,
campaigning.
we're on the,
I would like to continue. I'd like to
however,
make a
keep it-
statement. My
keep
husband
to the point. Keep to the
has
point.
worked for Public Works for 27 years, 20 of which were before I was even a council member. He was working for Public Works before I even married him. I believe he has not received a raise. He has not, in the past 3 years, I supported not giving the raise. He took zeros along with his fellow workers in Public Works. I mean, basically, I think that it should be taken into consideration. The residents of the 8th Ward elected me knowing who my husband was. They were infuriated at the campaign pieces that were put out
Keep to the point.
going after a sewer rat, is basically what he is. And I'd like to make a point. I've been on this council for 7 years. My son is sitting out here this evening. We have clean community jobs. He's unemployed. I have never and will never, as long as I'm sitting on council, give one of my relatives a job. So I'd like to conclude with that.
Thank you. Mr. Colowitz? To table.
We have a motion to table. Mr. Kalbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakatis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Rochelle?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes, to tighten it up. Okay. 2011-197, Mrs. Malik.
This is just for a point of clarification. You're talking about a tax levy, so you would think that this is going to be the liability for the people. But then why do you say that the tax levy for 2011, specifically the tax levy, is $153 million? So it's just a little confusing. Alexis?
Which number are you doing there, Mrs. Malik?
197.
197, thank you.
Council President, I thought this resolution was going to be removed because the budget was adopted, but I will answer the question. We had this resolution prepared in the event that the budget was defeated. We would have had to have the ability to send out estimated tax bills. What this is the total levy for the municipal, the county, the school, and takes into effect the open space in the library. So in order to be allowed to legally send out estimated tax bills, that's why we have this resolution prepared.
Right, for the 153, even though the portion that the people are going to be taxed on is significantly less.
Correct. It's again, it's an estimate, but we do not have to send out that because the budget was adopted.
2011-200, Madam Hero. A motion, please, on that one?
To make a motion to pull it?
197, pull it.
Yes.
Mr. Sheehy? Yes, sir. I would like to make a motion to pull Resolution 2011-197.
Second.
Yes, for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Kosiel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Rochelle?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 200.
I'm just wondering, what is the additional need for legal services with regard to the DuPont project? I thought this was kind of over and done and completed. So what's the additional need?
There's still ongoing matters relating to the DuPont project. They are overseeing the agreement that we have with DuPont and PureGen. They've been working on enforcing it occasionally. We've had some issues to negotiate out, so they are still working on that project.
Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Okay. Thank you. I'm just asked, I'm fine, I'm finished with that.
Thank
Maybe
you.
move on to 201.
Motion, please.
Okay. I move for approval of Resolution 2011-200 and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Kosiel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Rochelle?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 201.
Now comes the editorial portion of this program. If government wasn't involved in the redevelopment business, we would not be needing to pay these large, expensive legal fees. The taxpayers and private business could pay them, which should be far better off for the taxpayers than we poor beleaguered citizens. What is the nature of the additional legal fees with the St. George redevelopment project and ISP? We just keep running up the meter here.
Again, every time we appropriate, we don't appropriate a large sum to these attorneys on the outside. We keep them on a short leash. There's still ongoing litigation with, or potential litigation with Morningstar. The council's been negotiating through the attorneys with Morningstar, and it may or may not ultimately result in litigation. And the ISP litigation is still active litigation in terms of trying to resolve the suit that ISP brought and get development going on in that area.
Right, which wouldn't be necessary if government wasn't involved in the redevelopment business.
We do keep them on a short leash. We don't, you notice the sums we add in are relatively small. We don't give them $100,000 at a clip because law firms will just burn through $100,000 if you give it to them.
No, and I understand. Thanks for your explanation.
Motion, please.
I move for approval of Resolution 2011-201 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Kosiel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Rochelle?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 202. Ms. Hira.
I apologize, I wasn't here last month when I guess this probably was voted on, but what is a Board of Ward Commissioners?
It's to establish, it's established to redraw the wards after the governor accepts the 2010 census.
Oh, okay.
It's set up by law. It includes the members of the Board of Elections and the municipal clerk.
Do we anticipate that we will be heavily redistricting?
I haven't received any numbers that the governor has accepted yet.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Motion, please.
I move for approval of Resolution 2011-202 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Kosiel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 203, Paul Schott.
15 Second Avenue, Linden. Sanitary.
Can't hear you.
Garbage truck here, we can't get two for that price? Maybe a couple years old, you know? And is this the lowest bid, 55,000?
We are looking into buying a used garbage truck from Woodbridge. We are working on it to try
Can we
to...
get two for that amount? Can we get two for that amount? Do we have-
I don't know, when I'm talking, if you're quiet, you'll be able to hear me. We are working on it. Used garbage trucks isn't a, you know, they're hard to come by, used garbage trucks. But our relationship that our superintendent has with Woodbridge, we are looking into it because we were looking into purchasing used garbage trucks to hold us over so we can get the new style garbage trucks with the one arm. We do have a lot of discussion going on it. We have to buy this garbage truck that's on here because our fleet is in, like I said, in poor shape, to say the best. And we haven't purchased a new garbage truck in 2 years. And believe you me, I don't want to spend the money on this truck, but we have to. And we're spending money on light overtime because our equipment failure. You know, the trucks are breaking down, so our fleet is getting old. We were trying to hold off to get the one-arm truck, but we have a lot of discussion on it. And the one, John Venditto at Public Works is doing a lot of research on it. But right now, like I said before, the one-arm garbage truck, you know, financially, we're not ready to move onto the one-arm garbage trucks because we need to purchase all of the cans. And when we do, actually, the discussion we've been having, even when we do go for the one-arm garbage truck, we're going to have to do wards at a time because we're only going to be able to afford one garbage truck, you know, possibly two. But these one-arm trucks are actually twice the amount of money. They're $400,000 for these one-arm garbage trucks. Yes, I don't know the figure offhand. Mr. Messler is not here tonight. I don't know the figure, but we still might have to buy a used truck just to cover our fleet. No, we need this truck. We need a truck bad.
Go for it?
That's just my opinion. I say we need it bad. And
All right, then go for the whole, get the brand new, we'll look down the line to get second-hand one later. Go for it. That's it.
Thank you. Motion, please.
I move for approval of 2011-203 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 207, Mr. Lindsay.
Joe Lindsay, 326 Fernwood Terrace. Last night at the caucus meeting, during executive session, I had the privilege to talk to our judge, DeLeo, for the first time in my life, one-on-one. I met the man. He seems like a nice guy. He was down to earth. And I actually spoke with him for about an hour and a half. And we were just shooting the breeze. He grew up about 4 blocks from my house on the same block. And but he's 7 years older than me. I didn't recall his last name, but anyway, getting to this, and he discussed the court, some of the court issues he was dealing with. I was asking him questions. He said he was dealing with about 160 court people coming to court, 160 people on an average night, and 140 on another night. So with no disrespect to the judge, I didn't get all of the questions out of him. I want to know, like, on this resolution, and he also mentioned the intake of money went from 1 million to 4 million, which is 4 times the amount for 2011. So the volume is going to be there on a consistent basis. And this resolution calls for only 4 months of this new judge, a temporary judge to assist. But my question is, how many sessions with all due respect to the judge, how many sessions does our current judge do per week? Can anybody answer that?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, he does 2 night sessions and 1 day session per week. And in the summer, from Memorial Day to Labor Day, he takes off every Monday night court session and has a summer schedule of just 1 night court and 1 day court.
So that'll be 2, and they're asking for 8.
He's asking for additional sessions. I asked him that if we provide with the additional sessions to alleviate his caseload, would he work with us and do away with his vacation days every week for Monday during the summer? And he didn't want to do that. And here we are spending extra money to relieve his workload, and yet he refuses to cooperate, especially since this is a part-time position. He's making $127,000 a year, and he doesn't want to cooperate with us when we're trying to alleviate his workload.
And he's currently not under is there a contract? You say part-time, but is he contracted?
No, there's absolutely no contract.
So can we say you could do more, you have to do more, or can we do that as a council, or?
Yes, the governing body regulates his salary, and they regulate his hours of work. And if he doesn't feel that he deserves to work what the governing body mandates him to do, then he could always quit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pat Hero?
Go ahead, say it.
Mr. Lindsay asked some of my questions and addressed some of my concerns. The one thing is, yeah, he is making $127,000 a year. If that's the case, why can't he just work more sessions? That's what happens in the private sector. If you have additional work and you're making that kind of money, you just have to work more hours. Why can't we insist that of him?
Well, Miss Hero, if I might, in January, we asked for another resolution. The resolution was tabled. It was voted on. There was a defect in the language. Tonight, the intention was that we would pull 2011-207 as well as 2007-208, reintroduce this ordinance the way it was to include all of the 8 sessions, and the Personnel and Finance Committee would work with the judge once the sessions are established. The judge has already spoken with the 2 judges who currently come in now and substitute. I personally spoke with them myself. We're not going to lose by doing the original ordinance. It's going to call for extra sessions. We're going to have more night sessions as well as more day sessions. We're not going to lose any money because we're going to be bringing it in because we're going to be processing more cases. We currently have a backlog. So this was supposed to actually be pulled at the beginning of this portion of the meeting. However, it was not. So now we're here, we're going back and forth. And the original resolution, which was tweaked by the judge, the assignment judge, was supposed to be read and voted on to bring in the 2 additional judges, and then they can go back and adjust the schedule with the Personnel and Finance Committee.
Councilman Ronstadt?
Mr. President, if I may, we took a good look at this resolution, and in Personnel and Finance, we tweaked it ourselves because we felt the current resolution, or the one that Mrs. Cosby is talking about, would be a little cost prohibitive. And we came up with an alternative, which was much cheaper. It just seems like there's some ulterior motives here with regards to hiring some of the judges that they have designated. And I felt like we should just hire 1 judge, have Judge DeLeo work with us to come in on those nights during the summer, because if there's truly a backlog, everybody should be working to alleviate the backlog, and then we would have a more accurate assessment of what we really needed. How can you actually have a judge that's going to be off during the summer months and hire additional judges to come alleviate a backlog, and then have some analysis on how we close the gap, and the judge is not there. He's taken off. What needs to happen is the judge needs to work with us, come in during the summer months, and then we will have an accurate assessment of what is actually needed. But, you know, again, personally, I think there's some other things going on in the background here with regards to why we're doing this. And believe me, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we could have taken this modified version of the resolution, and we could have included both judges if that was the inclination of some of the council members. But I still would have liked to see Judge DeLeo spend more time, and I would have liked to see it done in a different way where we weren't spending as much money. Alexis, correct me if I'm wrong, what were the actual dollars and cents, the dollar and cent amount that we came up with according to this particular resolution, the way they want to do it?
Well, it was 90,000 for the old agreement, and this one is about 20,000.
We're going from $20,000 to $90,000. The one that we wanted to introduce this evening was $20,000 versus the other plan, which is $90,000. And we just felt like ours would more adequately address the problem, at the same time saving money. But again, you know, we got some things going on here in our government here. And my council president mentioned early that he felt like it was broke, and I can understand. The city's not, it's not broke, but I can understand his frustration, because we have a committee form of government, and things are supposed to come out of committee, and we're not supposed to have council members putting resolutions on the floor. This is what when we watch the other channels and we look at the other cities. We look at the other cities, we see the chaos and the foolishness that occurs as we watch channels, our cable stations from another town, and I don't want to call any names or throw any stones, but this is what you see going on. Okay, in order to avoid that, you have a committee form of government. If it comes out of committee, you vote on it, you either yes or no it. Okay? We don't have to have, like a typical example, we got a resolution tonight from a gentleman, one of our colleagues, telling us, whereas the police chief has determined there's a need to hire 3 police officers. We know about the need to hire the police officers. We tried to hire 3 police officers tonight off our list. So I got another councilman coming up with a resolution. I want to know, did he write it, or did he go to our attorney and write it? We have no decorum here. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, okay? We feel our plan was the best plan, but obviously there's some other things going on in the background here with regards to why we have to have 2 judges and et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to get into the whole story.
Well, let me just piggyback off what he's saying, because, again, I spoke to, and you were there last night, Mr. Lindsay. We didn't leave until midnight. I said to them this evening, I would like to have this introduced. We want to, they're superseding what we already had and all of these other things. It's nothing. This was introduced to the mayor in January. The mayor decided that he didn't want to appoint 2 judges. So we're here now. This was introduced in March. We tabled it. If we're going to get 1 session extra in the evening, it's not going to help us clear what we have coming in on a daily basis or the backlog. So I'm going to ask respectfully, please, can we pull 207 and 208 and read in the original replacement with the proper language that was approved by the assignment judge?
I'd like to make a motion to pull 207.
I would like discussion further. Can I have discussion further?
Take the floor, Mayor.
This is an issue that was resolved by the Personnel and Finance Committee. They are the committee that is authorized by the committee form of government to determine what's in the best interest of the city. I participated in it because I'm quite familiar with the court system. Police officers are going to have to be added to these extra court sessions. That's why we decided to have only a 4-week period, so that it could be 4-month period, so it could be reevaluated, and if necessary, continue it for another month, 2 or 4 months. We have that option rather than tying us up for 6, 8 months or more. Also, a temporary judge will provide consistency in the court rather than having two rotating judges. And lastly, again, as was stated before, the man's making $278,000. He's part-time. We're hiring additional judges to relieve his workload, and he's still going to have his Mondays off through the summer. That is despicable, in my opinion.
He just got a raise.
Just got a raise.
Can I just add something?
Mr. Sadowski.
Okay, we went through this yesterday, like we said, till 12 o'clock, and when we left there, I have on mine that it was decided to pull this. I mean, I have it written down. Secondly, please remember that, I don't know when it was, a couple of months ago, we were going to take, was it $15,000, $20,000 off the judge's salary. And this board voted not to do that. They voted not to take the money away from them. So I have no idea what's going on. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak.
Can we vote?
How about down to this end first? I'll be quick.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Michelle, you normally are.
You know, in the court system, his workload is, he has a heavy workload with the red light cameras and all the other cases that come in. You got aggressive police department, and the cases come through here left and right. The way to do it, you're going to have to add more court sessions. You're going to have judges on per diem and try it for a 4-month period. Later on, if you need more sessions, you add more sessions. You don't, you just reduce it. You know, you see Monday morning quarterback in here. Stop doing it, you know? Leave it up to the judge. Let him do what he wants to do. You have to spend money to make money. You have going from 1 million, what did he say to Mr. Lindsay, to 4 million? That's a lot. That's a lot of revenue being brought in. And plus, the people will get the attention they need in the court. Everybody comes up here, and that's all you do is bash people. Sit in the courtroom and see what goes on. Don't just come in here and start doing it. And plus, like Mr. Sadowski said, he came to this council and was going to reduce, I think it was $35,000. And these people in here said no. That's all you had to do is say yes. He would have had his salary reduced. How come I don't hear anybody over here complaining about that?
Make a motion to reduce it again.
Well, you had the chance, but everybody went crazy here.
Make a motion to reduce it
I made a
again.
motion to pull 207 and 208.
It was seconded. I would like for us to vote.
Mr. Brown, you have the floor.
I'll defer to the motion that's on there. The motion right now, if we can vote on it, please.
Please.
No motion. We're going, this,
Point of order, Mr. Council President. Yes, there could be if it was seconded. Thank you. Read the rules.
Point of order. It's not in order. Let's move on.
Excuse me, there's
It was
a
a
motion.
motion,
Mr. Clerk?
Council President.
It's not in order.
I'd like to get an opinion
Legal
from an attorney.
opinion.
You see, what the problem is, Mr. Workmeister, there's factions, and the government has been broken down, and this is
What are you
exactly...
talking about?
Council
We
President,
need to
Council
vote.
President.
Point of order, Mr. Council
Point of
President.
order, there's a motion on the floor.
I got the floor. What I'm saying, for example, to the public out there watching TV, we have a committee form of government.
And the committee chairman says last night, if you don't like it, bring it up on the floor.
Excuse me,
My
excuse
committee.
me. We take turns speaking.
And we're trying to pull it.
We're taking turns
He
speaking.
won't even let us vote.
We're taking turns here. Relax. We have a
Council
committee
President,
form of government.
point of order. There's a motion on the floor. Can we get
It's
the
not
city attorney
approved.
for interpret the rules?
Point of order is out of order.
No, it's not. Check
I
your
rule it
books.
is. It's my authority.
No,
You
it's
got a
not.
lawyer, ask the lawyer.
Can we please ask the lawyer?
You're playing games again. Let's get a legal opinion. That's why we pay them.
I sit at the head of, occupy the place of authority, exercise guidance and direction and control.
Which
All right,
you
so
have
back
very
to the
limited
point.
Control.
Hold it. Back to the point. We have a committee form of government. The committee voted it out. After this is 6 months old, we're going to vote on this tonight, yes or no? You have an equal vote as everybody else has. Vote your conscience. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Point of order, Council
What are we
President.
voting on?
There's the motion on the floor to table it.
I read the point of order out of order.
Council President, please let me finish. The rules and procedures is that a motion can supersede.
Okay.
Read it.
It's a motion on the floor to table. I would like an interpretation from the city attorney, please.
I have the authority not to recognize it because it's not in order. Let's move on.
So,
I'm calling for a vote on 2011.
I can't believe that. We have a lawyer here.
2007.
Use the lawyer.
I move for approval of
Second.
Resolution 2011.
Point of order, Council President.
2007.
Again, there's a motion
Second.
on
Do I have a
the
second?
floor. You cannot overrule.
I overruled?
a motion. You cannot, Council President.
The point of order is out of order.
You can, Council President, you're making up stuff here. If you're so sure, I'm asking the city attorney to interpret the rules.
It's not in order. Let's move on.
Council President, again.
Do I have a second?
We have an attorney here. Ask the attorney.
can
I
vote
want an
up or
interpretation
down,
from
up or
the
down.
law. Council President, point of order. Again, there's a motion on the table.
Your point of order is not in order. Let's move on.
Please cite the section in our rules. Please.
you have selective enforcement, too.
If anything, can I see the rules and I
One
show
voice
you?
at a time. Mr. Sheehy,
Yes, sir.
you made a motion.
Yes.
There's still a
I asked
motion
for
on
a
the floor.
second.
I second it. Mr. Clerk, take the roll.
Who was the
Point of order, Council President. Again, you cannot, we have a motion on the floor. The motion on the floor needs to be voted on. If there's a motion to table it, you have to, by our procedures, you have to vote on the motion.
We just did it for 197. We did. What is wrong, Jimmy? Are you all right?
Have a seat, sir. Have a seat.
Sit down, Peter, sit down. Are you okay, though? 'Cause we just did this. I was just asking.
You gotta go to the
Yeah, we're going to vote on this. It's been up or down. Mr. Sheehy,
Yes, sir.
again, will you make a motion or pull it?
I move for approval of Resolution 2011.
Again, point of order, Council President.
207.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Mr. Council President, I must advise you at this time that the second motion is out of order. There's a pending motion on the floor with a second that must be voted on prior to a consideration of any other motion. Consideration of a subsequent motion would rule that motion invalid and illegal.
In your opinion, thank you.
Oh, my gosh. You're not getting paid this week.
I'll have to go with the attorney.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Purcell,
What do you need?
your motion.
We're voting.
Motion, I made a motion, it was seconded.
Motion
Now
to
you have to
pull,
go for the...
To pull.
Pull it
There you
again.
go.
Say it again. So they know to vote on.
Are you starting that in, or?
Mr. Michelle,
Say it again.
beat it?
He
I
asked,
said a motion to pull 207 and 208, and it was seconded.
he didn't ask me, he asked the council.
Oh.
Mr. Moore, if they knew what the motion was. That's why he asked you to repeat it.
You heard that, okay.
All right, take the roll.
Mr. Colbus,
This is for the motion that Mr. Pichel and Ms. Cosby Harlan seconded, correct?
right, to pull resolutions
Yes,
207
please
and
pull it.
208. Koziel,
Yes to pull.
Brown,
Yes to pull.
Armstead,
No.
Cosby Hurling,
Yes.
Sadowski,
Yes to pull.
Sheehy,
No.
Yamakaitis,
Yes.
Frazier,
No.
Pichel,
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
No.
Motion is approved.
2011-2008. Pat Hero?
No, we pulled. Let's go to 209.